me actually turn my audio on. You guys have been in silence the whole time. I just realized. There's been no audio on the stream. I'm so sorry. Welcome everybody to the stream. Welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV, where I thought you had some beautiful background music the whole time, and I fucked up. I fucked up. Once again. That's okay. That's alright. As soon as I spoke, I said, you know what? I know exactly what's happened. As soon as I spoke, they didn't turn on my shit. Good morning, good evening, everybody. From wherever you are. I hope you're having a good day. And I hope you're excited because we are getting back into the raid content. This is Pandæmonium Abyssos. This is the second part of the raid today, and I'm very, very excited for it. Thank you to those that have showed up at the start. Unfortunately, Cast will not be with us this morning, as Cast has this thing called a job. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. Any plans for after Abyssos? We might, if we got people around by the time we finish the Abyssos section, and depending on how long it goes for, I would love to do some more group content, whether we do some, maybe we can do some trials, some savages, maybe we can just do some stuff, hang out. If there's any, like, gear or equipment that we're keen to look at, that'd be cool. I was a little bit late to the stream. I was in my inn, changing my glamour plates. Like, sue me. I was like, I need to put together a cool fit. I got this fancy pants new eye patch that's better than my last one, and I was like, I gotta have like a fit to match it. You know what I mean? So Omega Ocelot's eye patch mixed with a few other things here. Hey, new outfit. Hey. We'll see how we go with that for a while. Kate has gifted me with a weapon that I have not seen before. A figmental weapon puffer. So here we go. What's this? Let's see what this is. Figment of Spring. It's me with, there we go. Whoa. Look at that. Wow. Kate has gifted me this for the 100th episode. Look at that pretty sword. That's crazy. Did I use it on the right class? I hope so. That's pretty. I should go and that's the second one. Last time I opened it for Dragoon. Ooh. How cool. Everybody say thank you, Kate. Everybody say thank you, Kate, for breaking the bank. Breaking the bank. I'm gonna have to put that in my glamour thing. Yeah, we'll have it for the stream. I should go and put it in the. We can do this, right? Can I do that just temporarily? I can do that, right? This is safe to do. And then I can go put it in the glamour dresser later. The Dark Knight with it. Oh, it has a visual effect on it. Whoa. All right, Kate, you've gone out of your way. Whoa. You did not have to do that. It's so funny because I am such a Final Fantasy XIV noob. You know, at Endwalker, level 96, I'm a noob because I don't know what this is. You know, I get a figmental weapon coffer and I go, okay, cool. This is probably going to be some fucking feather duster, tickle toy looking ass funny item because that's Kate. It's going to be some silly little guy. Sells for 1 gil. You know what? Hey, that's worth millions of gil. I'm like, okay. Sure thing. But no, that's very pretty. And I appreciate it. I appreciated it no matter what it costed, Kate. So it's very cool. I'll wear it well. Make you proud. It's cool as fuck. All right. That's what we're rocking with today. We're doing we're focusing on the Abyssos raid, and then we will see. We'll see what comes up later. Now, I assume that we might have a little bit over 8 people, so we might have to form some form of A-team, B-team scenario. I have tagged the Final Fantasy 14 squad to get people to show up. So we'll bring some people in. We'll see how we go, and we'll rotate, right? Because there's a few raids, so we'll rotate the squad. But yeah, thanks so much for joining in, everybody. I'm very excited for this one. This is gonna be great. We got a fancy pants new blade to show off while we're here as well. Now, just to double check, I think we have a triple triad. Do we have a NPC here that is like the makeshift codex person? Or does this unlock the savage versions? I'm not sure. Omega, allow me to thank you personally for your contribution to our research. Your stories of the ancients' creations have planted the seeds of a great many theories, and I cannot wait for them to flourish. Yes, we recount the tales, right? Professor Claudian has asked me to write detailed records of your investigation. If you wouldn't mind staying a while, I would ask you to tell me more of your adventures in the past. Adventures that started with that mysterious crystal, seemingly containing a message declaring a crisis in this pandemonium. Of course, Professor Claudian will eventually make a report, but we are deficient on concrete facts at present. To that end, I suppose a comprehensive catalogue of the beasts you encountered in the Asphodelos circles will be a fine starting point. Yes, I require every gory detail, every hair-raising description. We should probably do the savages for this after, right? So we can get the cool gear together. That's what we should do after doing Abyssos. I think that would be cool. MGG, I've brought the volumes you asked for, but are you certain we need all of this just to research the crystals? Some of these habitats of aquatic life forms and myths and folklore of the phoenix, for example, seem to have little bearing on the subject. In fact, many of these tomes seem to be related to the creatures of Pandæmonium Omega spoke of. Surely we have better things to do with our time. Omega has already encountered and subdued them. What use could further insight offer? On the contrary, Rusino. Is it Rusin? We already did this last time. There's not an X, which is usually like Rusino. I'm going to say Rusinard. Rusinord. I'm going to just put the D in there. Scratch that from the record. On the contrary, Rusinord, we would be remiss in our duty as academics not to take every opportunity to learn more of these subjects. To view the creatures of bygone times through the lens of modern science is a dream so few have the chance to achieve. Of course, I'll not deny a personal interest in the matter. As I thought. While there were enough relevant volumes for me to fulfill your request this once, if you wish to sate your appetite for knowledge again, might you do so in your own time? Shall we proceed? Tell me everything you remember, and please spare not a single detail. I don't easily frighten, you may be assured. We might start with your battle with this transformed warder. Ericthonios, was it? I would also like to hear of the key ward and the nature of his metamorphosis. Rusino would be correct. Rusino it is. Good. Thank you for this priceless information. While I'm disappointed I couldn't behold your foes with my own eyes, your stories have given me more than enough to write sufficiently thorough descriptions. Perhaps we should also include basic theories concerning the growth and behavior of these creatures. It would give your little catalogue some flavor, wouldn't you agree? We could start with, I have it, aquatic life forms in our time have been observed to grow to sizes that are orders of magnitude larger than their larval forms. In fact, it may not be so preposterous to posit that the hippocampus you encountered was merely the larval form of a much more massive, and dare I say horrific, entity. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Now, don't look at me like I'm some mad magus. Breakthroughs have been precipitated by even wilder theories than that. As the professor always says, we mustn't let logic stand in the way of brilliance. Until proven one way or the other, every hypothesis is a valid one. Ah, there is nothing quite like the ambrosia of inspiration. Your ideas are intriguing to me. So long as I make a note in the margins of my records indicating that a theory is unproven, we can let our imaginations run wild. Yes, I said our. You needn't be a researcher to have an idea that will leave its mark for generations. Incredible. How's that for a return of the eye patch, though? The Omega Ocelot eye patch coming back in. I forget how that looks in cutscenes now. Yeah, them GG is like, what if I just fucking made this shit 600 size, 600 times the size? How goes the investigation? By Professor Claudian's order, our reports to the other research bodies have been somewhat scarce on concrete information. Even if we wanted to go into further detail, there are too many unknown variables concerning how this crisis might affect our present. We only know for certain that the crystal we found ties us to the past. We've had no luck eliciting further memories from its depths. We're, at present, gathering as many soul crystals and shards as we can to conduct thorough comparisons. Those experiments have yet to bear fruit. Of course, the fact that none but you can hear our Enigma's voice to begin with puts something of a damper on our potential progress. Yet even so, Professor Claudian is doing all within his power to move things forward. Is there like a terminal or a computer in this version, in this raid, that's like the little codex or information thing that they usually have? Or nah? Nope. Okay. Did I already look at this? Have I already looked at this? I think I have, right? Yeah, I've already taken a bit of a peek at the first tier. All right, let's talk with Claudian. Let's game. An unwelcome visitor. Omega, I've made a breakthrough. After uncountable days and nights, I finally hearkened to the crystal's whispers, and I must say, Professor Claudian, where are your manners? While I understand all too well your enthusiasm, I must remind you that even the most academically inclined prefer a composed recounting of events. Yes, of course. My apologies. Omega, being consumed by my research for so long, I'm afraid I've quite forgotten how to engage in civilized conversation. In that case, perhaps we should start from the beginning, with a crystal set adrift upon the ethereal tides, containing the memories of a party yet unknown. They cried out for deliverance from Pandæmonium, where the ancients kept volatile creations under lock and key. You yourself witnessed the power devouring the facility from within, and the advent of a divine monstrosity, wrought of mythic beast and powerful mage. Fortunately, your martial prowess and the combined magical talents of your companions, Themis and Erichthonios, was sufficient to restore order to the circles of Asphodelos, but the greater threat remains. In the depths of Pandæmonium, a presence yet stirs, its intentions and identity shrouded in mystery. That is the issue at hand, is it not? Since you returned to us, we worked tirelessly to discern the nature of the crystal. In the process, I detected an anomalous aetheric signature, which I believe arose from the memories stored within. Analysis of this pattern suggested a feeling of loss or yearning, specifically the yearning to be made whole. And indeed, ambient readings have revealed a faint but identical signature. This can only mean that another such crystal exists in our time. So, my friend, I must depart to search for it forthwith. By tracing the matching aetheric signature to its source, I believe it will be a simple matter to find our crystal's twin. Professor, will this expedition be carried out only by us, or will Omega grace us with his protection? I'm afraid he has more pressing matters to attend to, my dear Rousseau, namely to seek out the secrets which lie nestled within Pandæmonium, where this all began. From all that we have heard, it appears that time traversal from the Crystal Tower is not fluid. That is to say, one can but travel in predetermined intervals. It would be prudent to check in on occasion, in case there are any unanticipated changes. It does say that the time is not fluid when we go over there, as we know. That's like kind of the interesting thing that I always think about from a gameplay perspective versus a story perspective whenever we travel back to the first, or we travel, you know, back in time, or like all of this kind of stuff. What are we doing with the time discrepancy? As for you, my loyal assistants, I would ask you to remain here and continue cataloging the ancient creations. You can't mean... Do you intend to search for the crystal on your own? Why, yes, that would be the most efficient use of resources, would it not? In fact, I have already commissioned a ship and pilot for that very purpose. I trust you to take good care of the laboratory in my absence. I'm sure this is going to go super well and he won't get in any trouble. At all. I apologize for that somewhat abrupt departure. When progress is in sight, Professor Claudian tends to become blind to all else. Indeed, and he has been worse than usual. While I cannot fault him for his excitement, I do wish he would spare a thought for those around him. For reasons unknown, the crystal seems loath to be overheard, much as it spoke only to you last time. None but the Professor has been able to catch its ethereal yearning, which has served only to convince him that he can solve this puzzle on his own. Surely, after some time alone, he'll come to remember how valuable we are. The search for this crystal seemed to be a simple enough matter. Let him have his adventure, and upon his return, I am certain he'll be back to his usual self. But to you, Omega, may be best to return to Pandæmonium, as Professor Claudian suggested. Speaking of which, I did have a request of my own to make. Traveling to Pandæmonium requires you to pass through Elpis, correct? There is something I would have you investigate in my stead. While those creations confined within Pandæmonium are considered to be failures, I doubt that's their whole story. Barring exceptional cases, they must have been under observation in Elpis before being consigned to their shackles. And if we know anything about the ancients, it's that they would have kept thorough records of the results. Ah, brilliant. Delving into these records may shed light on creatures Omega is yet to encounter. If your theory proves correct, that is. While there are no guarantees, it certainly beats the current strategy of rushing forward blindly with only his strength to carry the day. For your own sake, as well as ours, please unearth what information you can. I'm going to be real about, you know, our ability to travel back to Elpis, or traveling back in time kind of like at will, and it not being like a limited experience. It does open a door for this type of thing where I'm like, I'm surprised I don't have an overflowing mailbox of requests from people all over Eorzea being like, Warrior of Light, please go back in time and get me this document, or research this, or get me that, because obviously, you know, there's so much history and what's happened before all of the reflections and, you know, the end of days and all of that kind of stuff. There's so much history there that is technically intact. It's just like you'd expect to have people constantly being like, go back in time and get this for us and get this information, please. But when it's done in like little increments like that, I'm like, the rest of the world is being very sensible. We're not being demanded to constantly take time travel expeditions to retrieve information. I assume that, you know, there's more of that, but it is just such a funny thing that having that ability does open a door for a few things, doesn't it? Okay. Time for us to go to the Crystal Tower. We're going to Oitken Oitkos. Oitken Oitkos. Alright. We here. And I was also thinking, because I got confused, because remember, we did the start of both raids in one stream. That, I think the cool gear that I do want is in the Alliance raid. So I would also like to do that for gear, whether or not that's the standard one or whatever, but I would love to get some more of that gear, because I only got a few pieces. Ah, I did not expect to meet you here, of all places. Oh, I have unlocked hunts before, like I've done some in the past for other things. I think you have to do that for each expansion though, right? Is that like you have to talk to a new person? Because I don't know if I've done it for Shadowbringers. I might have. And I haven't done it for Endwalker. And I picked up a quest as well. I did pick this up. This is the Monster Hunter thing, I think. I hadn't touched it before, and Mobius. Well, I was walking around after the stream with Mobius to grab some stuff, and we picked this up, and then we realized that we hadn't done it. So I've spoken to the quest giver, but I haven't started this. So this is also something, whatever this is, Monster Hunter thing. Each expansion has 3 or 4 quests. All right. Well, I haven't done. I genuinely don't know if I've done the Shadowbringers one. If anybody has a better memory than my own experience, unsure. So we'll have to just go and check. But the Endwalker one I definitely haven't done, so we can do that. How do I feel about the trial series being rolled into main quest? I'm probably not like the right person to have an opinion on it, because I don't really mind regardless. Like it doesn't necessarily matter to me. I think whenever a trial just comes up as part of the story, I'm like, hell yeah, let's do it. And then it's an opportunity to run with the group. So if they want to throw trials in the main quest instead, I'm all for it, to be honest. But there are probably people that are more like invested in a lot of the different, I guess, systems that might prefer it being separate, but I don't know. I'm just like, cool, I guess. You seek records of Pandæmonion's creations? Master Themis has just finished perusing the very same. I should not be surprised that we both arrived at the same conclusion. Luckily, I have saved you the trouble and gleaned what information I could. So you know each other. I was dreading having to once again scour the archives, but perhaps I'll rest for a spell instead. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Oh, I realized I have a pistol. I have a pistol. As should we, for I have undone the warding sigil blocking the entrance to Abyssos. I came here merely to chase an idle suspicion while awaiting your return. Fortunately, while Pandæmonium's protective wards continue to be assailed by our unknown foe, there are no fluctuations so great as to make me doubt Ericthonios' capacity to keep watch over Asphodelos while I'm away. He works diligently to master interment, but he might deliver the creations back to their cages by his own hand, and I thought it best to give him time to hone his craft. And since fate has brought us both here, I would ask you to accompany me while I attend to another matter. More idle suspicions than I would like to chase down. Rest assured, it shall not take long. I simply have a few questions to ask an acquaintance of mine. Come, he has agreed to meet us near the Naos to Pandæmonium. Yeah. Woo-wee. Bless me. Yeah, I can definitely agree with that. Like, making the patches more dynamic. Mixing up the formula, I think, is always good. In regards to the thumbnail for today's episode as well, usually when it's like it comes up to patch time, I'll try and just get like the patches like promotional artwork. Sometimes that works out well. Other times there isn't really a decent available version. I try and get a version without, like, text or something to try and, like, match it up with the existing logo. So this is the first thumbnail. I just couldn't find a piece of the art that was, like, widescreen instead of, like, a portrait art piece that also didn't have any text on it. So instead of the Endwalker logo, it's just buried memory, but it did also look really cool. So I was like, I'll keep that. It looks cool. Should watch the 6.2 trailer. Okay. We've done the 6.2 story content, just not the raid. So, does it contain raid stuff? Should I watch the trailer after? As I've pondered our expedition into Pandæmonium, I could not help but be mystified by how strongly the warders we encountered felt for La Habrea, whether it be for good or ill. Hesperos and Erichthonios were two sides of the same coin. The former looked to his mentor with absolute devotion, while the latter looks to his father with bold hatred. Bold? I would not expect a familiar such as you to understand this, but such extreme emotions toward a single individual are quite rare indeed. Naturally, I feel gratitude toward my mother and father, yet we are all equals in the larger picture of the star. This view is not unique to myself. It is more or less accepted as the way of things. By contrast, the researchers of Pandæmonium seem to view La Habrea with a feeling approaching obsession. Whether driven by love or hate, they have all been drawn to him. But there were many other aspects of the facility's particulars I found troubling besides. I decided the best course of action would be to go straight to the source and pose my questions to a member of the Words of La Habrea. My apologies to have kept you waiting, Master Themis. I understand you are conducting an investigation of Pandæmonium and wish to know of its origins. Indeed. In particular, I wish to know why exactly Pandæmonium was built directly under Elpis. The facility is overseen by the Words of La Habrea, after all. Why keep it so close to Elpis, whose governing body has no say in its day-to-day operations? At first, I thought it to be simply a matter of convenience. Those creations which were deemed failures by the researchers of Elpis could be easily ushered into their new homes. Imagine my surprise when a trip to the archives revealed that many of the creations were sent from organizations beyond Elpis, including from the Words of La Habrea themselves. Given this, albeit limited information, I cannot feel that the Academia Anida would have been a more fitting locale. What does Elpis have that cannot be found there? These are fitting questions, and ones we have asked ourselves many times in recent years. Alas, the nature of Pandæmonium's construction does not lend itself to relocation. When first it was built, circumstances weren't as they are now. As you surmise, the majority of the creations kept within Pandæmonium were sent from Elpis. Yet, as the years passed, interests changed. Failures in creations deemed too flawed even to submit to Elpis paradoxically drew the attention of Pandæmonium's researchers. That is quite the change, and in fact it almost runs counter to the facility's original purpose. Who is it that decides which creations will be the subject of research? Master La Habrea. Such authority is reserved for the Chief Keyword, and he has taken it upon himself to step into that role. So if Pandæmonium's resources were being misused, it would be under La Habrea's authority, correct? He didn't like that. He didn't like that. On the top of the corner, it just popped up with Words of La Habrea speaker will remember that. I know not what you're suggesting, but the keywords also hold some sway within the facility. Not even Master La Habrea would be free from their scrutiny. They are duty-bound to report any irregularities as soon as possible. Well, what if they're not around to report any irregularities because the fucking shit is going down? Although I admit as of late their communication has been somewhat sporadic, but we recently received a report from one of the key wards stating that all is well within the Pandæmonium's halls. Yes, every now and then we get a message that says, all good. And that's just what they want you to think. Really? And you are certain that a key ward sent it? Yes, of course. Our communications suffered a temporary obstruction, but I can assure you that the words did their due diligence in confirming the identity of the sender. Thank you. This information will be helpful to my investigation. That will be all for my prying. Then I shall take my leave. While you are permitted to conduct your investigation freely, I must remind you that the warder's work is delicate, and it would be remiss to disturb them for longer than is necessary. Oh, it's delicate, all right. All is well. A blatant lie, and to that we can both attest. One of the remaining key wards is most certainly in league with the party behind this. Let us hurry. I know not why our adversary sent that report, but 'tis plain that we must return to Pandæmonium with haste. So, Pandæmonium's purpose misused, and Lahabrea knowingly involved. I cannot guess as to why this false report has arisen now, but it certainly bodes ill, as does the knowledge that our mysterious mastermind has at least one more key ward to puppet. Regardless, they've tipped their hand, and we would be remiss to leave Ericsonios at the mercy of their machinations. Let us hope no harm has befallen him. Yeah, good shout to watch the trailer for that if it's a really good one. Watch the trailer for that after we do this raid series. You guys have made Lyra proud today of the post-stream trailer watch. Protected from spoilers. He's practicing. Not quite. I've traced these sigils countless times, yet still I lack the strength to maintain the smell. The smell? The spell. And now time works against me. I can no longer be victim to my own ineptitude. What? Who goes there? There is something to be admired in such a single-minded effort, even if your methods leave much to be desired. You allowed this familiar to catch you unawares. Have you set your sights so high as to forget you walk upon the earth? I know this creature. A familiar of the Phoenix. But that monster is locked away. That it is. In spite of the trouble I went to in freeing it, I might add. Begrudge me for addressing you in this ill-fitting form if you must, but with control of Asphodelos wrested from my grasp, 'tis simply the best I can offer you. Hide if you will, but mark my words, I will find you and make you pay for the chaos you've sown. Now, there is no need for such hostility. A calm heart stays the course. The wisdom of Lahabrea, your father. And how would you know what wisdom he speaks? I have heard those words many times. The scolding of a tutor whose students struggled to grasp the most rudimentary lessons, seething with disgust. No. I've not told that to anyone, not even Keyword Hesperos. That can only mean one thing. You're Lahabrea. That still you insist on mocking me. Stop this farce, Lahabrea. At last, you move to keep up. Pity that you remain behind, nevertheless. What? As ever you are, always you fail to learn, fail to understand, fail to act. And though fate does deigned to offer an escape, you remain here. You are bereft of magical prowess and common sense both. But you need not despair. Dull though you may be, you are yet indispensable to Pandæmonium's great experiment. Oh, there's the affection I remember. Tell me, did I ever once measure up to your expectations? You shall. Take pride in that, and rejoice to see your wish fulfilled. What? What wish? Come, and all shall be revealed. All this rage, this hatred, is but a consequence of ignorance. Our desires align more than you know. What are you... Uninvited guests join our reunion. It seems fortune no longer favors you. Do you think I have any interest in listening to your prattle, let alone bowing to your will? I'm no longer a child, and my faith lies with those who have earned it. So these are the heroes who brought Hesperos low, even as power divine flowed through his veins. It is plain there are worthier subjects to contend with. Yeah. It's very interesting to have, like, you know, La Habrea as, like, a namesake, because, like, we know that there's an element of, you know, the Convocation of 14, that the names are titles that are passed down, but then there's still, like, that confusion in my head of, like, you hear La Habrea, and you're like, are we dealing with the same La Habrea? Is there is this an earlier one with the title? It gets confused in my head quite easily. Whether or not it's like elements of we're seeing like a past version of the same La Habrea, and he's always been a dickhead, or if someone has taken over the role of dickhead, you know? So what was that familiar after? Thank you. If you had shown up even a moment later, I shudder to think what would have become of me. There's something I must tell you. I know who's behind this. There is but one person who can hold thrall over familiar, creation, and Keywater alike. It's alright, at the moment, we, Fino and Alice's dad is off the hook, right? He's off the hook. At least he doesn't treat his children like Ericthonios. Masks of the Father. Ericthonios is certain he knows the identity of Pandæmonium's assailant. I mean, it's pretty bad when it's La Habrea himself that seems to be the one at the core of this experiment. But willfully? Or did something go wrong that had him fall into this mess? That's what we'll have to discover. So there can be but one conclusion. La Habrea was the driving force behind this chaos from the start. There is logic to that. There are few with the wherewithal to even consider experimentation on such a scale, let alone the capacity to create demigods from man and beast, with the rest of us none the wiser. Considering the magnitude of his work with the convocation and the words, his relatively minor role as chief keyword comes under little scrutiny, even as it provides him with the authority to wield dangerous magics. It may serve as veil and mantle both. Still, I find the notion hard to accept. The misdeeds perpetrated here could not have been done by the La Habrea I know. You have met him, yes? Do you think he is capable of this?
Such devastation. It was not my intention.
I haven't forgiven you for taking over Thancred. It's still too early, but also, La Habrea is capable of far more than you know. Dude goes crazy in the future, by the way, just so you should know. Is he? Do you believe La Habrea to be a man of few scruples if it brings his goals closer in reach? That alone should be enough, but let me assure you, La Habrea holds nothing so dear as his own ambition. While he may not be one to let emotions stand in the way of his mission, I cannot believe there are no depths to which he would not stoop. Although we met but briefly, the impression he left on me stands in stark contrast to your evaluation. Though his methods are ever unorthodox, they seemed guided by a firm understanding of what is just. There's one way to find out for certain. We delve deeper into Pandæmonium and pull back the curtain on this mystery ourselves. A wise course. I would not deny the truth if I saw it with my own eyes, even if it was discomforting to behold. Then we must move forward with no excess of caution. La Habrea, or whomever is behind this, has likely spread their tentacles into every corner of Pandæmonium. We can safely assume the other keywards won't greet us with open arms. Agreed. Let us make our way through Abyssos, one careful step at a time. I shall stay by Eric Thodios' side in case our enemies think to target him again. Could I trouble you to take the vanguard? Thank you. As a precaution, I shall safeguard you with a simple spell. This will ensure that even should we become separated, my phantom warriors will still come to your aid. If it does come to battle, the keyword's magics will put us at a disadvantage once again. Luckily, we have you to even the scales somewhat. I trust you shall be liberal with your weight. Are you calling me slightly overweight? Alright. Dad's got tentacles all over the place. I have a very terrible thought. I have a very terrible thought about where this could go. And continuing on from the note of La Habrea being like a title, I'm like, we go through this raid series, like, we could potentially, like, defeat La Habrea, and then I don't know what's going to happen, whether he goes, and he disappears, or disintegrates, or dies, or, you know, vanishes. But then I'm also, like, thinking about the future of, like, what if we defeat La Habrea, and then the title passes to someone else, someone who is, like, deserving or fitting of the title during this, you know, this time in the past, and then it's this guy. And then this guy takes on his father's name to do it justice, to right the wrong of La Habrea, and then this guy ends up being the La Habrea in our future. And then we have that dynamic going on. What if that happens? That upsets me to think about. That I'm like, that'd be stupid. Not stupid as in dumb, but just like, because that would add such a emotional layering to A Realm Reborn. And I shudder to think, because it feels like that could be a possible direction of the Final Fantasy makes you sad time. So we'll see. I want to communicate that that's a thought in my head about using a title like La Habrea. The butterfly effect, man. Just what is La Habrea planning, and what role do I play in his schemes? Judging from the demeanor of that familiar, there is little doubt that our enemy has a tight grip on Pandæmonium and its denizens. We will be vulnerable. Well, last time we defeated a vampire. We defeated Full Metal Alchemist vampire, Dracula guy in Bloodborne Castlevania Land of Mensis place. It's time to enter Abyssos, the 5th circle. We have a party of 8. Let me do one of these bad boys. Let me do one of these. Confirmed. Ready. While the identity of Pandæmonium's assailant is yet unknown, Eric Thurnius makes no effort to hide his doubts concerning La Habrea, who he suspects is using the infernal prison for private experimentation. As if to confirm to the warder's suspicions, a familiar appears in the halls of Asphodelos, claiming to be none other than the chief keyword himself. The creature mocks you with cryptic warnings before vanishing, leaving naught but questions in his wake. Their questions beckon from the shadows of Abyssos, daring brave souls to seek them out. Did we do minimum item level for Asphodelos? Or was that the Alliance raid? Or was it both? You'll have to remind me. How good's the beat that just dropped in the song? Alliance raid would have gone by twice as fast. Alliance raid was challenging, but it was really, really fun. So I agree with you. Off we go. It's 5th circle time. Ooh. Oh, shit. Okay. Dude, walks in immediately. Oh my god. Turning the music up in the raid. Proto Carbuncle! Oh my god, it's a fucking Carbuncle monster! They turned him into... What did they do to you? My little guy! Oh my god. You're supposed to be a cute little creature who casts Reflect. Whoa. Not the Spikes arena again. Dude, what if Carbuncle was a boss fight or like a, you know, an aggressive, offensive summon instead? Oh, how cool is that? Dude, just like piano and electric guitar together. Oh my god, listen to this. This is the new thing that we do now, by the way. We just, every boss, we go, let me take a look at you. Oh my god. Oh, sick. Proto Carbuncle does imply that this is what Carbuncle was originally. Yeah, it does. It's like, no, you know what? You're so right, because right, it's the concept of taking a wolf and then going, look at this little white creature. You know, look at this scruffy little fella. This used to be a wolf that would, you know, pack hunt back in the day. The domestication of an animal. He's such a cute little poodle now, you know. Back in the day, he used to look like this. Chat, this is an instant Instant banger. Immediately. Wow. Okay, I'm ready to fight. Actually, immediate banger. I forgot to do my hot bars still. Oh my god. What is he doing? Light gathers around the head. Searing ray. Okay, yep. That's a searing ray. Ruby glow. The ruby creates cells of light. Searing ray. Oh no, is it? Oh my god, it's reflect. Oh my god, it's reflected. It's reflected. It's reflected. So it's the other way around. Because that's the carbuncle thing that he does. It's very clever. What the fuck?
Oh, hungry.
God. Okay, so that will fill that entire zone with the spell. Sonic Howl. I say very often what my favorite like Final Fantasy soundtracks are, and that I am absolutely such a massive fan of, you know, obviously Uematsu, and Hamazu's work is fucking incredible. There are just so many talented composers that work on Final Fantasy, but, you know, we have our fucking talk about Yoko Shimomura with Kingdom Hearts and Final Fantasy 15. Soken, man, like, actual genius. Like, they're all geniuses, but there's something about him. He comes from a different plane of existence. It's just crazy. Soken's music in 14 and 16, it's some of the best, if not the best, in terms of music. It's really hard for me to wrestle with my nostalgia of, like, Final Fantasy VIII being what I consider to be Uematsu's best work as my favorite soundtrack of his. Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth being some of the greatest shit to have ever existed. Oh my. Break your cage. But then Soken just, you know, every expansion, dude. Every expansion having their own, like, themes. And the way that he just continues to evolve the music. It's like having to do so many soundtracks for the same game, but also make it different while also paying respect to the previous themes and motifs and using shit from other games and from 1.0, and it's like it's incredibly talented. Why am I convinced that I should be over here? I feel like I should be over here, but I probably shouldn't. No, I shouldn't. I'm like, he's gonna trick me. He's gonna trick me. He didn't trick me. I was tricking myself. It's just, you know, there's a moment you hear a piece of music like this and you go, yeah, this is the best Final Fantasy music. This is the best composer. Oh, absolutely. Uematsu, with Final Fantasy 8 and 9 in particular, where he was really into his prog rock phase, and it was so good. So good. My buffs have simply become bigger than my bar can allow, and they went behind my hotbar. I'll have to change that as well. Okay. Acid. I'm gonna die. Emergency living dead. Jaws, and then 3 things. Oh, I see. You're gonna go around in that order. Gotcha. He's gonna bite and stuff. Oh, and that's quick, too. Wow. And that's quick as well. And it's still going, dude. Oh, it's gonna go in order? Okay. Good use of the level 3. This dude just does so much damage to the full party, like, constantly. Level 1 limit break. Someone go crazy with it. Whole level 1 on him. We don't need it. It's too late. We don't need it. What a fight. That's sick. And so, Proto Carbuncle went on to become a behemoth. My tombstones. Lovely. We weren't too late. So this is the measure of a keyword's power. What do we get in this place? Oh yeah, it's the thing that you exchange for the stuff. Oh, I guess I'll find out at some point. I want to get most of the glam. Mobius and I did some runs, and I got the, not the full one, because I missed the gauntlets, but I got almost the full Diabolos thing, which was cool. So this is where research is conducted on creations imbued with poisons and venoms. Erichthonios and I were conveyed not far from here. It seems our foe is finding it more difficult to surprise us. Fortunately for you, since they appear particularly keen to see you dispatched as quickly as possible. Even alone, you are a force to be reckoned with. Part of me is glad you are emerged victorious, that I might observe you further. Ah, the mask, the fucking mask. The red mask. What are you doing? My name is Red Mask Holder. Fuck that. Just a red mask holder? Just give me a sec. This is a screenshot. This is a screenshot moment. Let me just remove the... How good is the fact that you can remove the dialogue bubble with like removing the HUD for a sec? Just get that out of the way. Just for a second. Were the circumstances different, I might thank you for keeping my son alive for this long. But I believe we can forego introductions. Unless I have misread you. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? The sassy option of, am I supposed to know who you are, is very tempting. I'm all too familiar, Aragon. A charming appellation. But I'm afraid I hold no such position. No, I am La Habrea, of the Convocation of 14. If you truly are who you claim to be, then answer this question. That can wait. What is this? Now this is curious. The trap I wove at your feet reacts to ether, but you remain unaffected. Such thin ether, and in an unfamiliar composition besides. It is of no matter, I suppose. A more direct approach will beget the same results. I would advise you to think carefully before deciding your next action. Strike me down here, and Erechthonios' wish shall remain unfulfilled. Never again shall he meet Athena. Huh? What do you mean? What are you doing? Mother, you would dare hide behind her name? Listen well, Erechthonios. We are of the same mind concerning your mother. You have allies for protection, so what harm is there in hearing me out? Erechthonios, wait. There is a question I must needs ask first. If you truly are La Habrea, why speak such blatant lies? Bitter in defeat, are we? Say my name. Themisburg. A simple request. Themis, was it? A trifle soon forgotten, as are you. I have my answer. The La Habrea that I knew took pride in the Convocation and would never suffer its denigration.
Such denigration! It was not my intention.
You sully his station with this farce. I love that my character exists here right now to just go... I'm standing here like... I am here to be shocked. Themis, what are you saying? La Habrea and I saw eye to eye. Hardly saw eye to eye. But I know his voice when I hear it. Indeed, he makes a passing fine imitation in appearance and manner. However, the real La Habrea would never call me by the name Themis. Great question. Great question. What's the pet name that you have? What's his nickname? Alright. Let's play the game. Oh, like, you ever read a chat bubble that just unlocks you into oblivion? I'm frozen. Jesus. What trouble have you gotten yourself into, Elidibus? Ooh! Hey, what the fuck? Imposter, you have no right to claim that form, that mask. What? Who? It was a mask that sickened me to wear. The mask of La Habrea. A man who values his position above all. Who would murder his own wife in pursuit of duty. Yet you would assume my name and wield powers that are mine by right. Any worth you may have hinges on what? Any worth you may have hinges on that which you so despise. Such trite provocations. I will not be goaded into finishing this ere my work is done. Erechthonios, listen well. I am Hephaestus. And it is I whom you should call father. Wait, does the hair give it away or not? Wait, oh my god, what's happening? What is happening? What in the name of creation? We would do well not to stand idle while our enemy is about. I believe an explanation is in order, Elidibus. Let us return to safety so you may provide it. Ah, that sounds more like the La Habrea I know. Well, I'm glad Elidibus is on the same page. Anyone want to clue me in? Before we depart, however, I must offer you an apology. As La Habrea said, I am Elidibus, one of the Convocation, an emissary of their will. For reasons which do not involve you, it was necessary to hide my identity while investigating this place. Still, that hardly excuses my deception. I did not have a feeling. I know a thing or two about deception myself. Hey man, in the future, spoilers for you, in the future, you turn into the Warrior of Light, and I kill you, and it's pretty cool. Give me a hug. I know a thing or two about deception myself. That is reassuring to hear. The burdens we bear are heavy enough without adding a grudge to their weight. In any case, we have pressing matters to attend to. Let us do as La Habrea suggested and return to the gates. We can speak there. Please help him. Save him. A distant voice. And then his name changes to Elidibus. God fucking damn it, dude. So that's who them is. Well done, Scribblers. Well done for taking that opportunity. That's who them is. I mean, personally, when I see the, like, white robes, I don't really, like, look at that and go, that's definitely got to be someone that I know. I didn't even look at it in a suspicious way because, like, I don't know. They could just choose to have a character wearing white robes. Like, have we had, like, Vanar was wearing white robes as well? And not Hythlodaeus, right? I don't think Hythlodaeus was. No. But Vanar was? Vanar wore the white robes, right? Or am I crazy? Yeah, Vanar had the white robes. Did anyone else have the white robes that I've seen? I still don't understand. You and me both. You and me both. Eyes closed, lost in thought, this one. I see Elidibus has chosen to keep odd company. Such a vexing composition of ether you possess. So this is the actual La Habrea, but then there's another La Habrea that wears the mask of La Habrea, but he also said he was, he said he was Hephaestus instead. And then he's the one that Eric should be calling father. As you are aware of by now, I am known as Elidibus. After my dear friend Dezem and I detected irregularities in Pandæmonium, we decided the best course of action would be to hide my station as I conducted my investigation. I am sure La Habrea as well is eager to find out why I hid who I was. So I shall save that story for later. First, I would like to speak of you, my friend. Although neither Azem nor I had ever met you in the flesh, you came with his highest recommendation. That alone was enough for me to accept you as an ally without question. That somewhere in the world a guiding star so similar to himself was out there amused Azem to no end. There was not a shade of doubt in his heart that you would be a formidable ally. Furthermore, I've heard stories that Mistress Vanar, who held the position of Azem previously, journeyed with a familiar much like yourself. That made the decision to trust you all the easier. She too now dons the white robes of an advisor. If she placed her absolute faith in you, I knew I would be in capable hands. So white robes is an advisor position. Aware though I was of the path you had walked, I had no interest in exposing you. I merely wanted to meet you, to travel by your side for a while. I may know but a small portion of your whole story, but that is enough for me to believe you would never lead me astray. I wanted to tell you that. This game is taking opportunities. This game is taking opportunities. And fuck that game for doing that. I admit my own grasp on what just occurred is somewhat tenuous. Doubtless, La Habrea can elucidate matters for us. Man. A Keyward's jail. Resolutely avoiding his father's eye. No worries, Keaton. Thanks so much for joining today. I appreciate you checking it out. Hope you catch up with the rest of it later. For those that weren't in the first raid team, we can swap some people out. If you'd like to join for the second one. I don't know how long it's been since last we spoke, La Habrea, and truth be told, I had hoped we never would again. But I see now that I was a fool I would ever escape your meddling. So what is that thing that called himself La Habrea? And why is he the spitting image of your younger self? Ah. I find it hard to believe you've only just now found out such a being was wreaking havoc in Pandæmonium. Did you think matters would simply sort themselves out? I suppose you deserve at least a cursory explanation. was well aware of the anomalies occurring within Pandæmonium, including the fact that Azem and Elidibus had taken it upon themselves to investigate. I saw no reason to insert myself into the situation. For a time, that was. I love the element that Azem knows of us and who we are and says, that guy, yeah, I hear he's pretty cool. You should go hang out with him. He's pretty cool. Yeah. He's fucking Azem. Yeah, that guy's pretty cool. He's fine. You go hang out with him. Imagine my surprise when instead of a formal report from you and yours, I receive a communication from one of the key wards stating that research and operations are proceeding as usual. While Hephaestos' deception was almost childish in its simplicity, it became plain to me that your grasp on the situation was slipping. So you knew of his existence from the beginning. I can hardly imagine that you would suffer another to masquerade as one of the convocation. Not without good reason, at least. As you well know, the name La Habrea is but a marker of my station. It is not the name I was born with. Hephaestos has claimed that for himself. I cannot fault him for it, as he is my other half, in a manner of speaking. So Hephaestos has claimed the title of La Habrea, and is your other half. What did you split yourself in two? You cloned a younger version of yourself? He knows all that I know, my equal in every way. Yet within his heart is naught but greed, envy, and desire. All the emotions that we are loath to acknowledge within ourselves. What you say is true. What purpose would such a being serve? He is the product of experimentation gone awry, a reminder of the days when I was yet young and reckless. I thought him sealed away for good, but it seems that time has a way of unearthing the shame we bury. It's just like, we got Kevin Flynn and Clue. It's like a Tron moment. When he spoke of my mother, he looked at you with venom in his eyes, blamed you for her death. Tell me, was he right to do so? His words but were the ramblings of a tortured mind. The hatred and despair he endures has warped his view of the world irreparably. And now that he has awakened, he must be put to rest. If he succeeds in breaching Pandæmonium's protective wards, he shall invite disaster unto our star. As Chief Keyward of Pandæmonium, it is my duty to decide the proper course of action. As such, I declare that all research shall be summarily abandoned and the facility destroyed. What? You would leave the other warders to their doom? It is a choice befitting La Habrea. Do you disagree? You speak of duty, and ours is to guide our star and its inhabitants upon the correct course. It is no surprise that you would choose annihilation of Pandæmonium if its existence posed even the remotest risk to our people. Yet as you can see by Eric Thonios' response, the decision is somewhat more nuanced than that. Azem and I grappled with this conundrum for some time, in fact. That is precisely why I chose to involve myself directly. It was the only way I could truly determine the best solution. You need not trouble yourself with that further. The Chief Keyward must prevent the worst from occurring, no matter the cost. Your feelings, Elidibus, are of no consequence. Have you taken even a moment to consider another path? No! You spared nary a thought for aught but yourself and your duty. You have no idea of the trials we've endured, the foes that Omega has stood against. Omega, is it? A being of such ether as I have never seen. What are you? He is the guiding star that shall lead us safely through this. Thanks to his stout arm and steadfast courage, we have subdued the mythic creations that return them to their cells. Speaking of which, I would hear your opinion, Omega. As outsiders, we are in a unique position to look upon circumstances with our vision unclouded by attachment. What was that you said about being an emissary? It's brilliant. Elidibus, the emissary, may speak on our behalf. Should he judge our approach the more sound, even La Habrea would be compelled to listen. As Elidibus, I am duty-bound to assess the matter from a position of impartiality. My opinion as Themis can carry no weight. You understand what that means, yes? I do. Even so, you've walked with us all this time, seen what we've seen. Based on that alone, I trust you'll find the best way forward. Very well. Then in my capacity as emissary, I shall state my judgment. Present, there are merits both in destroying Pandæmonium outright and in taking time to rescue its researchers, and neither is yet an impossible task. Therefore, I judge that the most measured choice would be to continue upon our present course. We delve into Abyssos, interring any mythic creations we encounter along the way. You have yet to witness Omega's might and Erichthonius' resolve. I would ask that you see our capabilities firsthand, and only then decide if our endeavor is futile. If such is the will of the emissary, then I shall obey. However, if indeed I find your strength to be lacking, I trust there will be no objections to the immediate destruction of Pandæmonium. You needn't worry about that. We won't fail. You are bolder than I remember. And you're even more tedious than I remember. Omega, come find me when you're finished. But was it the other La Habrea, Hephaestus, that was talking to Eric through the Familiar, I think? Maybe? Erichthonius is understandably frustrated, but if we are to conquer Abyssos, we must go forth with clear heads. Pray lend an ear to his troubles, that their weight might be lightened. Despite recent developments, our plan remains unchanged. Pray call me Themis for the time being. It shall put us all in the correct mindset, and in fact, I may be coming to prefer that name. You have done all you can with words. Only your actions can convince me now. Well, all right. Alright. We'll talk to our guy. First, I need to change... I have to change my hotbars. I need this. Do I know where to start? No. But I gotta rearrange this shit. Just don't know where to put my stuff. It's so funny when it's just like, I just have a noisy... I have a noisy HUD, you know what I mean? I'm trying to put stuff where I'm mostly looking, which is the middle of my screen. But I don't know if I'm really benefiting from how much I'm looking at my enhancements by having them sit there. I don't know. Let me make it smaller. let me do something super exciting, which is menus for a second. I do love how much customization you get, but at the same time, I'm always just like, I don't know where to start. I think I'll just make, I think I'll keep them as, yeah, the enfeeblements are usually more important to look at. I agree, because you're like, what's going on with me? What status do I have? Don't even ask me about how much I get bothered by the symmetry of this, where like one gauge is right here against the middle line, but this one, it overlaps over the line. Like, oh, that one always gets me. Where's my 5th hotbar at? Hotbar 5 is over here. Hotbar 6 is over here. Arrow keys to pixel adjust. Can you? It's doing my camera. I might have to do something different for that. The number pad? Alright. I have thought about changing the job gauge. However, have you considered the fact that it makes it look not cool? The job gauge looks cool. Have you considered that? It's cool as hell. I do not have an MMO mouse because I don't know. I just don't have one. I haven't really thought about it. I feel like I would accidentally press buttons a lot, you know what I mean? So anyway, number pad. Let me see. Oh, hang on. Oh, look. It's the number pad. It's a little more pixel perfect than God, you can be really... It's a blessing and a curse to have this information. It is a blessing and a curse to have that information. Let me cook. Let me cook. I'm making something over here. I'm making something so cool you don't even understand. Something so cool that you're gonna be like, wow, that really is so cool. Let me move that over there. Need that right now. I don't need that right now. Maybe. It's gonna look so cool when we're done. going to put all of my protecting damage reduction stuff on one bar down here. So my damage reducing stuff is all going to be on the bottom bar. Keep like my interject, stunning, provoking, and shirking over here. I'll do movement over here as well, like nullifying knockback, the thing that I always forget about, and rushing to a targeted enemy's location. Obviously my normal attack. God, this is going to be weird if I put this over this side. I've had it over here for so long. I might just be able to get what I need over 3 hot bars, but then I just usually have some stuff in a different... just in a different category. Well, I think that's the thing, is like what I like about it is that it's cool that it's something way more personalized. Like the hotbars can be what you personally want. I don't like how this is looking at the moment, so don't think that I'm about to say, yeah, looks good. So don't even worry about that. I'm thinking, I'm scheming, I'm planning about what I want to do right now. Different plan. Different plan is happening. I feel like the game would definitely be quite cool to play on controller. I've played it on controller a little bit. I think the best part about playing on a controller is it's like the movement when you're doing the jumping thing in the gold saucer. Jumping in the gold saucer. That's what you want it for. so what I'm going to do is... Alright, I'm doing this at the moment. Because I just needed to move a couple of bars into, like, the middle. Because I had, like, a couple of things like Shadow Stride and Shadowbringer separate. So I just wanted to even that up for now. This is my little separate bar of, like, those sort of interactions. This guy can just stay down here, I guess. He's not hurting anyone. Just for now, it is like a form of symmetry on those bars specifically. But then it's, you know, when I get new shit, I'll fix it. And then I'll change it. And then I still have space to move some other things around. So that's fine. And then I've learned about this pixel thing, which is a nightmare. Now I can make it so exact, but then I have to make it so exact with the other hotbars, where I lined that up on a pixel perfect scale. Ah, what a nightmare. Okay, so I'll put my enfeeblements. Where will I put my shit? Maybe I'll do that here, actually. So I'll do my enfeeblements and my enhancements. Might move my enmity list. It's been over here forever, but I'll test that, and we'll see how I feel about that later. We'll see how I feel about that later. But now, that's where I'll put it. Okay. So now I have all of my defensive shit in a row of reducing damage plus arm's length. My living dead's over here. This shit's down here. This should be nice. We'll see how we go. Thanks for bearing with me there. Thank you for your patience. You do have my gratitude, ill-fit as I am to show it at the moment. Without your words to sway him, La Habrea would have carried out his plan without a second thought. When we first realized the creations had slipped their bonds, the other key wards did all in their power to restore order. Even though they could have chosen escape, they remained to aid their allies. I am certain not a soul among them would wish to see this facility erased from the world. And they don't deserve to be abandoned simply for carrying out their duty. And besides, Hephaestus has secrets yet untold. Secrets that would be buried if Pandæmonium were reduced to rubble. I mean to uncover the truth behind his words. The truth of my mother. While La Habrea was quick to dismiss his claims, I failed to see what Hephaestus would gain by fabricating such a story. All I was told of my mother's death was that she perished in an accident. No one would say more. It was almost as if they feared saying more, in fact. Even if it was not La Habrea that dealt the fatal blow, we've seen with our own eyes how quickly he can condemn others to die. I only wish to know at last what befell her. What do you think, Omega? Does the La Habrea you know have any regard for the lives of others? Or will he carry out his duty with another's blood on his hands? He always was a man who worked from the shadows. I don't want to get too direct with it, man. I don't want to get too direct with it. My first thought when he was like, I'm the one that you should be calling father. I'm like, did La Habrea said, hey man, you pretend to be me and go hang out with my wife. And then it turns out that this La Habrea was like, you're not my son. Well, that in and of itself isn't reason for suspicion. He's one of the convocation, who must forge the path for mankind. Naturally, not all of their activities are conducted within the public eye. But it is plain there is much to consider. Thank you, Omega. It's easy for me to get carried away by emotion where he's concerned. We should focus on the task at hand, proving to La Habrea that we are capable of saving Pandæmonium and its keepers. The most convincing way to do that will be to regain control of Abyssos. Although I'm loath to admit it, he would know more about those depths than any of us, and seeing as how we require every advantage we can afford. Omega, would you speak to him for us? He seems to have a special interest in your capabilities, and may deign to help at your suggestion, if only to see what you can do. Well, all right. I'm going the wrong way. That's all right. I love to turn on auto run and go, I'll just run right to the end. Runs to the start. Why did you have to go so far away, Eric Thonios? Eric Thonios appears to have a deep trust in you, and Elidibus tells me you share some relation to Azem. Your unusual ether does not mark you as a familiar. It is unlike anything I have seen, even among the countless concepts I have observed. To think that I would encounter an existence I could not create by my own hand. Azem never ceases to surprise. The previous Azem was much the same. In taking the entirety of the star into consideration, she came to hold dear emotions and people that a more logical mind would have discarded. This made her act in her own self-interest more often than not. Just as you and Elidibus have conducted yourselves in this matter, the true danger of Azem's nature is its tendency to infect all those he comes into contact with. Emmett Selk said much the same. Trust that I shall do naught that would violate my duty. And yet you so frivolously invoked your authority as emissary to justify this little excursion. It matters little, however. Only your deeds can speak for you now. You wish to know more of Abyssos, I take it. Although I no longer have control over many of its functions, I can yet sense what creations lie within. Chief Keyward's reach is far indeed. Well then, what do we have to look forward to? I sense no creations of note. Perhaps they have been made into fodder for experimentation, or perhaps they have been transferred to deeper circles. Yet, Hephaestus would never allow you safe passage. He has left a trial for you to overcome. A trial? Whoa. I speak of hegemony. Hegemony. Keyword of Abyssos, although her presence is stained with marks of corruption, it is unmistakable. I knew her as a woman gifted in magic and blessed with a highly logical mind. While I can sense those qualities within her still, there is something else at work. If I had to hazard a guess, I would say that's because she's already been twisted into Hermethios, doubtless against her will. Omega, Themis, we must rescue her from that cruel fate, and if we cannot, we can at least seal her away until we find a means to undo the damage. Your allies make you bold, Erechthonios. I very much look forward to seeing how far they carry you. Father? Just that look that they give each other. Ah yes, this is going swimmingly. Father and son, getting along. They're just having such a good time together. Hegemony was a woman of reason and logic. She would never be swayed by Hephaestus' wretched schemes. I hope she was not made to suffer overmuch. Let us not change a strategy that has served us so well thus far. Bring Hegemony to heal. Bring Hegemony. I keep wanting to say Hegemony. I keep wanting to say that. And I think it comes from Hermione. It comes from like the hem part of just like seeing the word. There's a hem in my brain at all times. Hegemony. Omega and Erechthonios and I shall inter her when the time is right. Now we prove our strength. Only then can we free other waters and unveil the truth hidden in Pandæmonium's shadows. Is there anyone else that wanted to swap around, or I'm just getting Chimkin Chaser? Anyone else, or are we good? We good just where we are? I would take that as a yes. Alright, time to enter the 6th circle. Bozo and Burke are eating? All good. La Habrea insists that the only way to save the star from the horrors lurking within Pandæmonium is summary destruction. However, Themis and Erechthonios succeeded in convincing the chief keyword to allow you the chance to prove the worth of another way. You are tasked with interring Hegemony, the keyword of Abyssos and a master of creation magics in her own right. Succeed in this, and you may continue your journey into the facility's deeper circles. Fail! And Pandæmonium, along with its waters and creations, shall be reduced to nothing. Alright, all good. I just want to make sure I can try and give people time to, like, rotate in if they're available. It's new music time. Let's take a listen. Whoa. Hey, they weren't lying. She's been taken over by something foul indeed. Wow, okay. She gotta brush her teeth. Hey, they got a dentist in this place. We have vocals. Oh, okay. Oh my god. What does this remind me of? It does not remind me of Evanescence. It reminds me of Mary Elizabeth McGlynn's vocals on the Silent Hill tracks. Much, much more than Evanescence. The vocals seem very similar to like Mary Elizabeth McGlynn's vocals. Can you go closer? Camera, get in there. Get up, get in there. I love that it's like, I feel like it's randomized because sometimes it does like the same camera angle, but there you go. This is what I wanted. What is that thing you got on you? Yeah, that's sick. All right, we ready to fight? Let's go. Abyssos is my charge, and I shall not shirk my duty. All right. Here we go. I'm gonna remember where all of my things are on the hotbar. And it absolutely won't be a problem. Rot from the inside out. A glossal parasite attaches itself to me. 2, 1. Oh, and then I attack forwards. Okay, so it'll attack forwards. Okay, gotcha. Okay. I realized too late what that was when I saw that it was going to move. So they're gonna swap? Dude, what are we doing? So can I go here? Oh my god, I was still in the wrong one. Oh no. That's crazy. I'm not really sure where that's gonna go. Okay. Oh, shoot. Oopsie. And we have a team wipe. Well then, yeah, that's something. There was an unfortunate moment that when she was starting to spin around after dodging the first attack, my brain went, can't remember which direction she's spinning in. Alright, cool things to watch out for. I get confused now with when the ones are going to switch over, so I'll just need to keep an eye out for that. Let's try again. Not doing too bad with my placements of new things either. Good, could be worse. Watch out. She switched up on me. She switched up on me. So this is the one where it's now gonna shift, right? So they're gonna switch now. Does it switch sides entirely? Still don't exactly see where they're gonna swap to. I'll be real. Just gonna go with everybody else and see where they choose to go. Alright, spinning time. Oh god, it's gone the wrong way. Why am I dancing? Oh god, dancing is part of the thing? Okay, that's all good. Okay. Oh shit. Oh my god. Why am I dancing? I thought I accidentally fucking pressed an emote button or something. Dancing? First try. We just really wanted to hear the music a second time, I think. Nice. She did have a lot of health. We've won. So long as she lives, there is yet hope. Absolutely. Alright, let's see what I need. I got my helmets. Why won't you give me enough of these bloody shirts? I need 4 pairs of... 2 pairs of that, 2 pairs of that. So just the armor and the chassis next. As a person who helped heal this raid, she has too much damage. Too much damage. This shit's pretty damn hard. As is to be expected, Ericthonios appears quite pleased with our victory. I could sense from here that hegemony had been contained. The effect of Hephaestos' tinkering is even more dire than I had imagined. It takes so much brain power to say that name. We've won. The keyword is sealed away, and alive this time. La Habrea can't deny us now. Servant of violence, Ericthonios seems eager to dispel La Habrea's doubts. The plan was a success, although I hardly need to tell you that. Hegemony has been sealed away, and now you have no choice but to admit the merit in our methods. You have the right of it. I am not so petty as to deny the achievements of those I've squabbled with, no matter how strongly we disagree. Mug. Moreover, this being, ether as thin as retreating mist, unable to wield creation magics, yet powerful enough to subdue a Prometheus, has made this ordeal far more interesting. Then we have leave to continue. As for that, there is one among you whose very presence puts the others at risk. It would be best to proceed without him, or failure would have consequences that reach far beyond Pandæmonium. And of whom do you speak? A warder who cannot even conduct his duty without aid. In this place, hope alone is not enough to overcome what awaits you. A single misstep will send all to their doom. So long as we each do our part and look to the allies by our side, even a neophyte can upraise his companions. That's something that Omega and Themis taught me. While I do not wish to express any bias, I am inclined to agree. If my investigation has made anything clear, it is that we are together greater than the sum of our parts. My friends are my power. And hope has brought us this far. It drives us to seek the right path and to act before that path lies closed to us. Then tell me, what is it you hope for? See Hephaestus in chains? That's the surest way to prevent further sacrifices. I'm aware that destroying Pandæmonium would rid us of him, but the cost is far too great. And I admit, I wish to know how he means to resurrect Athena. And there we have it. You must leave this place at once, and do not think to set foot in Pandæmonium again. And that's the danger, because that's the curiosity, right? He wants to bring Mom back, and then an expression of curiosity about how he means to do so is way too much of a tempting situation for Erichthonius to be in, that he could easily be swayed to maybe assist or see it as something to also pursue. As soon as he's like, I'm kind of curious, he's like, yeah, you gotta go, bud. You gotta go. That temptation's crazy. It's too good. I also like how up close we can see that he still has a little bit of red left in the hair, with mixed in with the gray. You are capable, that much is plain. Yet Hephaestus cannot be suffered to live, and I shall not allow his talk of resurrection to poison mine or anyone else's mind. Life flows in a cycle. This is known. All souls return to the underworld, and Athena's is no exception. She has likely found a new vessel, and a new journey to embark upon. Cannot be ignorant of the folly of Hephaestus's words. Even were he to breathe life into a body, the soul contained within would not be your mother's. What if our knowledge is imperfect? What if Hephaestus has discovered something that no one else has? He knows all that you do, understands the bitter reality of the world. He wouldn't pursue the impossible. Think, Erichthonius. I have already explained that he is merely my twisted reflection. Is it worth bringing back your mother if it means others are used and discarded like tools? Is it worth it? To see her once more? Now you measure the worth of your colleagues' lives. What was that foolish braying about saving them? Merely a performance to hide your childish devotion to your mother? Please, such barbs will get us nowhere. We should first discuss... You would call me fool! You who murdered your wife in service of your ambition. For the sake of the star, no doubt. I can hear it again. That voice inside my head. I know who to follow. Hephaestus. Father. Mother. Oh, I love you so, and this voice will guide me to you. No, listen not, Erichthonius. Apologies, you taught me that a calm heart stays the course, but I could never even grasp the rudder. Is that what the familiar was doing to him when he was like holding him in suspense for a while? He like maybe put something in him, and he's hearing a voice inside of him that's manipulating him. I think the distant voice might end up being Athena or something, because he's had that distant voice twice now. He's got like the voice being like, don't do it. So it might be like, I'm gonna go to Mother. Meanwhile, there's a distant voice that's literally being like, no. This was Hephaestus' work, there can be no doubt. It seems he learned from his previous failure. What do you have to say about this, Papa? Hephaestus is cunning despite his warped mind. Whatever took hold of Erichthonios, it made short work of his reason. From the moment he laid eyes upon me, I could sense his hatred and rage simmering below the surface. It was but a matter of time until it spilled forth, and that was when he fell into the spell's embrace. A magic woven with such skill that Erichthonios himself failed to notice until it was too late. If this is the measure of Hephaestus' power, then the other key wards had little chance to resist it. We saw his work during our encounter with Hesperos. Doubtless Hephaestus' magics fed his admiration and envy until there was room for naught else in his heart. And there was something else besides. Did you not feel the presence of another? As I thought, someone was trying to warn Erichthonios, but whom? Could it have been one of the key wards? Alas, their warning arrived too late. I had already provoked Erichthonios past the point of no return. I bear the burden for this failure. In my stubbornness, I could but scorn the boy, and Hephaestus knew that. And now I dread to think of the ordeal that awaits him due to my rashness. There is yet time to save him. We can easily regain control of Abyssos, giving us a firm foothold from which to brave Pandæmonium's lowest level. The enemy is within reach. Just as with Hesperos, Erichthonios is in danger of being consumed by Hephaestus' spell. However, I have faith that he will not easily lose sight himself. The way forward is clear, La Habrea. Pray tell us all you know of what we shall find beyond Abyssos. I can only assume one more key ward lies in wait. The deepest level of Pandæmonium is called Tartaros, and your passage shall be challenged not only by a key ward. Hephaestus has laid traps in every corner of its halls. You have no hope of surviving far past the threshold. That, I expect, is where Omega shall shine. His dissolute ether shall allow him to slip through the traps unimpeded. We saw it when Hephaestus had no effect, and doubtless even he has yet to devise a countermeasure. Then time is of the essence. Hephaestus is already well aware that you can match a key ward in battle. He will not stand idle while you stroll past his other defenses at your leisure. Agreed. However, clarity will be indispensable to our success, and I'm afraid I must insist upon it ere we depart. Explain yourself. We have yet to discern to what end Hephaestus would use Erichthonios. If you know, I would ask that you enlighten us. And then there is the matter of Athena. Why do you so fiercely rebuke Erichthonios' feelings for his mother? While I understand the very thought of resurrecting the dead is anathema, you act as if grief over her passing should be equally so. How are we to grapple with what plagues our friend and drives our foe if you refuse to acknowledge it? I do acknowledge it. I wish only to spare those that feel its still greater pain. So instead of being honest, you bicker like a child. Did you mean to protect Erichthonios with your silence? No. No. You are right. The blame for Erichthonios' fate rests squarely on my shoulders. Very well. I shall lay bare the truth, but only after the foe before us has been laid low. The remaining keyword is Agdistus. There's probably a silent letter in here somewhere. One of them. Could be Aditus. Could be Agditus. Always hard to tell. Agditus. She has served in Pandæmonium since its inception, and her affinity for magic is peerless even among the keywords. Hephaestus knows that losing her would mean the end of his experiments. He has hidden her in a space unreachable by conventional means. So Agdistus got it right the first time? But your presence makes mockery of such barriers. The scarcity of your ether means it will be trivial to send you directly to Agdistus. We shall approach as closely as caution will allow. We know where the battle will commence, so I do not anticipate difficulty in detecting your presence. From afar, I shall do my best to provide you with ground on which to fight and phantom allies to aid you. As for the internment, I have yet to think of a foolproof method. Interment shall not be necessary. From here I can sense Agdistus' essence. It is but scarcely recognizable. Hephaestus was more ambitious with her than he was with Hegemony. She has been transfigured such that barely a scantling of herself remains. We can but take comfort in what mercy the underworld will be to her. Destroy the monster. Okay, what has she been transformed into at the 7th circle? Our poor lass. I sense that Hephaestus has come close to perfecting his image of a Hermethios, which means his research is in its final stage. I shall establish control of Abyssos while keeping an eye on your battle. When the dust is settled, Hephaestus will have nowhere left to flee. We have lost Kate. Okay, no worries. Mizuki. I assume that people have just kind of sorted out what they want to do while we wait. So, anyone else want to come in, or is that it? We start? I think this is everyone? All good. I'm going to change... So now that I've done a couple of fights with this new hotbar arrangement, I want to move this over to the left a bit because the padlock sits on top of some of the things. So I want to do that. I also want to change around some of these. I'm going to put Living Dead down here where it's a little more accessible. And I'm going to put this back up here. Just so I can go, just so I have my Living Dead close by and a little bit more separate. So I'm like, there it is. I don't have an even number, which means I quite literally have to cry. Okay, so let me also do that. My desire for symmetry will be my downfall. we'll just have that for now. So I've got Living Dead there. Like maybe I might, yeah, I could put Shadow Stride up there. Good enough. It's a work in progress. But as far as I have everything else here, I think that's fine. Just needed Living Dead somewhere a little less close to where I'm normally pressing buttons. The seventh circle. Ericthonios' mind falls into the hands of the enemy, and he is spirited away to Tartaros, Pandæmonium's deepest circle. The only path to his rescue goes through Abyssos, whose magics are peerless among the keywards, even more so now that they have been augmented by Hephaestos' endless experimentation. To deliver her soul from suffering and bring Ericthonios to safety, you must face your most daunting foe yet. This thing is moving right in front of me, this big tree. Oh my fucking god. Yeesh. Wow, okay. Remix version of the last song? Or is there a new layer? Because it's like it's getting layered. What are they going to add to this version? Giant tree. Oh man, and that is giant. Yep, this is a good camera shot. Some leaves, yep. Ooh, oh, leaves and some floating thing. There's some leaves over here. This is idle camera going crazy right now with some angles. Yep, that's a tree. Show me the front. Show me the front. The idle camera, honestly, idle camera, not your best moment. Not your fucking best moment, bro. So, okay, there's orbs with the mouth and orbs with circles on them and orbs with lines on them. Oh, hell yeah. Look at that shot. Very good. Very good. Nice trees. Add some square grapes in there. Okay. Classic floating circle platform has been given to us by Famous. Is this what became of the key ward? How dreadful. So the whole arena is like a thing. If you will not leave, then you shall become mine. The whole arena is just damage. I am Abyssos, yes. This is my vessel. Have I been gifted new test subjects? Gonna slam? You're gonna slam. You're slamming. Okay, positional slamming. She means to send you plummeting into the abyss. Allow me to soften your landing. Platform crumbles. Oh, shit. Okay. So it splits into 3. And, and with bridges. Perhaps you require more room for heroics. La Habrea gave me a bridge. Oh. I do not want to be here. Transforming arena is fun. Rest in peace. Oh man, that's rough with the like having a gap with the bridge. That is rough. The spark of life. Forbidden fruit. I sense convergences of ether. Beware what they may spawn. Oh. Okay. Twisted life forms emerge from the fruit. Oh, and they blow up. Oh, are these like... I can't damage those. Okay. Gotcha. Oh no, what's happening? Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Twisted life forms emerge. Okay. Now we have birds. What are the birds gonna do? Oh, okay. They move in a line. Sure thing. Well, haha. Okay, be ready. Haha, that's fine. Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay. It moves all the way to the end. Oh no. That's my bad. I was not looking for the giant tree hands in front of me, or above me. So that'll be circles in the middle. Then, what are you going to do next? Plastic. Alright. More platforms. New platforms appear. They said the song is so good, we have to do, we just have to play it again. Play that shit back. Oh, that's so rude. Okay, so you gotta get on this bridge in the middle. Oh my god. And it was like, not only this bridge, but also the front part of the bridge too, like, specifically. That was a tricky one. Back to circles. Now, where are you going to slam? You slamming anywhere? No? Oh no, it's the missile things. Oh, I'm supposed to be on those. Oh my god. Yep. Just me and Highwind. We got this. Oh man. I'm the last one alive. Say goodnight. Alright, don't worry. I got this. Don't worry. I'm in an orb. That's right, level 3 limit break. I'm clutching up. Scream all you like. Alright, let's go again. What a wipe. Alright, I'm now more familiar with the trees game, so we'll know what we can do. Alright, so now we've got birds. Sometimes you can't help but be amused when you watch a situation play out in slow motion. You go, rest in peace, Raffi. Oh, this is going to be the one. Oh, no, it's birds again. Okay, hold on. And birds at the front. Oh, yeah, it's birds at the front, and then they slam. So you have to be... Oh, my God. That's so fucking... That's really tricky, that one. That was really tricky. Like, the timing of that was ridiculous. Wow. Felt like a really unlucky one with the timing to be like that. Alright, we almost have level 3 limit break. We can save that for a heal. Oh, it's the thing where we're gonna get like... Okay, so I gotta stand in here. Nope, I died. I died in the thing? Do we not stand in the thing? You don't stand in the thing? Survive until level 3 limit break. It's so close. You can do this, Ragnar. You got this. So close. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Revival! We're all back. Oh, you have to get all of them. That's why one was missed. Okay. That makes sense. Didn't realize it was like a wipe. Okay. 2 birds, 1 guy. Oh, no! Oh, God. Fucking hell. Okay. What do you mean I went off in that direction? What? I was expecting to get pushed back there. Maybe I was just a little bit off to the side. Bloody poop, I tell ya. I had no health. Like, that's really unfortunate for that attack to come in. I just didn't have enough health. A non-tank getting the tank attack. Sorry. So cruel for that attack to target a healer. God, no. I didn't think it was going to me. I'm sorry. Oh, damn it. I thought I was in the safe zone. There comes a time in every man's life where he has multiple wipes. An ancient toilet proverb. Another platform smash coming in. Oh my god, that's when I should have used arm's length. I'm so stupid. Why do I always forget that I have arm's length? Then I wouldn't have been thrown off the platform. Why am I like this? Okay, he's going to do the thing where he slams again, and then the birds are going to go forward, so this is going to be just fucking stupid. There we go. Got to get all the way up here. He learned the lesson. circles. What you gonna do? What you gonna do about it? Oh, it's the fucking meteors! No, I wasn't. Okay, that's alright. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. That's alright. All good. That's fine. Let me run away from the attack and I just run off the fucking platform while I'm walking. That's one way to avoid the attack, by the way. Just so you know. Pro tip. You can avoid the attack by doing that. Anyone could guess that I'm throwing the fucking encounter at this point. I decided to put it on extra hard mode for everyone in here. So I wanted minimum item level and also one of your tanks is throwing. Okay. So we're doing 2 birds and a guy again. Are we going to get blown away? Oh my god, look. I'm going to do arm's length. You can't blow me away, you fuck. Can't. So I have arm's length on. You stupid. Look at that. And that's on growth. That's on growth. We're gonna win. Alright, we can do level 2 limit break. Probably win before it goes off. Very good, second attempt. Almost getting 2 level 3 limit breaks in one thing is crazy. That's minimum item level for you. Crazy that I didn't even die once. Oh man, that was funny though. There were definitely some tricky moves in there, which was pretty cool. Cool. Those are the last ones that I need. Alright. Hopefully I can get my pants in the next one, and then I'll have all of my pairs. Ants in the next one. The moment Abyssos was slain, the flow of ether and pandemonium focused keenly on this location, creating a tunnel of sorts through which we could quickly convey ourselves. It was almost as if we were ushered here. This space was created with care and concealed with powerful wards. Only a key ward would have been able to detect it, and even then with great difficulty. Ergo... Whoa! Her spirit remains. If only I could restore Tartaros to order, but I am afraid this is the most I can manage with such power as remains to me. It has been too long, Master La Habrea. Likewise, Keyward Abyssos. I should not be surprised you were able to break free of Hephaestos' spells, even diminished as you were. It was not an easy task, even with your aid. His curses dig into one's heart, creating a storm of emotions that is all too easy to become lost in. Only by chance did a fragment of myself remain, illuminating a path through the madness. And thus, I am able to appear before you now. Even while my body was powerless to resist Hephaestus' commands, some small part of my logical mind stood alone in defiance. It even managed to speak to the outside world. A report, that was you. Ha! Sends out a little, everything's fine here, as a coded distress call to someone who would go, strange. Doubtless you recognize my voice from the many times I have called out to you. The hope that those pleas would not fall on deaf ears was all that kept me from succumbing to hopelessness. Ah, was that our crystal? Was that our crystal distress call? But I have a greater purpose here than simply saying my farewells. There is something you must know, that the tragedies of the past do not repeat in the present. Whoa. Forgive me for what I am about to do, Master La Habrea, but the story must be told. 'Tis the only way to understand Hephaestus' fixation on Erycthonios. She says, you can't stop me. I'm actually spiritual energy now, so I can do what I want. I'm gonna tell the story. No longer can you hide your heart away. Hephaestus. No, the mask marks him as La Habrea. Master La Habrea had brought an end to Lady Athena's life and sealed away a part of his memories and emotions within Hephaestus. These are my recollections of the moments following. Okay. Why would you do that, La Habrea? He said, hey, this guy here, I'm gonna hide away part of my own memories and emotions in you. And you truly have no intention of revealing the truth to Erycthonios. My lesser half is now buried where none can find it. We would be wise to do the same with our memory of this day. Blood should not sway the spirit so, but Athena's teachings have warped the boy. I fear he would see our star burn to keep his mother safe. Erycthonios believes that he feels love, but he is shackled by dependence. He cannot bear the truth. His dependence makes it all the more important to be open with him. He will seek answers about his mother's loss, which shall inevitably lead him to you. Are you willing to accept the blame for Athena's death? Are you willing to accept your son's hatred? If that is what comes to pass, then so be it. Better to be burdened with hatred than the knowledge that Athena thought his body and soul mere tools to be used and discarded. That is a familiar phrase. Even were I to tell him what his mother plotted, he would ever seek reasons to believe that the true fault lies with me, or with him. Should he merely hate me, he will remain unfettered by doubt, free to serve the star far from his parents' shadow. Athena was doing something bad. Erycthonios loved his mother more than life itself, and yet, what a terrible truth you've borne all this time. Such is La Habrea's nature. Every action, every word a solution to life's great dilemmas, and none to spare for his own. What I have revealed to you is but a small portion of a larger picture. I shall leave it to La Habrea to paint the rest for you. And for Erechthonios, I hope. Thank you, Agdistus. I always admired you, you know. What choice did I have when you sacrificed so much to guide our star to the heavens? Come back. Hephaestus has doubtless sensed that his final keyword has fallen. We should return to the surface before he moves to strike us here. If we are to face him, we must be prepared to bring our full strength to bear. Past, welcome in. We did everything first try and had no issues, which is, it's just too easy. Too easy. It was Erechthonios' hatred of his father that caused him to fall victim to Hephaestus' magics, yet the roots of that hatred were born from a son's love. A love nurtured not by a mother caring for her offspring, but by a researcher creating the ideal test subject. Pandemonium abounds with demons indeed. Yikes. When your mother has you as not a son, but a test subject? Agdistus was ever a bold woman, even in her final moments. She would unearth the secrets of my past for all to look upon. Still, full glad am I that she faced you as her last opponent. I could think of none more worthy to send her soul off to the other side. One final wish. Well now, come on, one final wish. We're in Raid Series Part 2 of 3, you silly. What does a final wish do? Give us Part 3 of the raid. Probably. Just one more wish. The vision you saw told the story far more eloquently than I ever could. Athena was consumed by her research, and was willing to sacrifice her own child if it hastened that progress. She did not offer him a position here out of sense of love or pride. 'Twas merely because she knew he would be the most pliable test subject. I see now why you hid the truth from him. I cannot say with certainty that Erechthonios could handle the weight of such betrayal, after holding his mother on a pedestal for so long. Unfortunately, it seems not even her death has ensured his safety. Hephaestus has taken up Athena's research and succeeded in creating Hemethioi. Brain reboot? I know not what his ultimate end is, but 'tis plain it is connected with the resurrection of Athena. One last wish, perhaps? That knowledge alone is sufficient to direct our next course of action. As for the rest of your story, we shall hear it after we have returned Erechthonios to safety, in accordance with Agdistus' last wish. Very well. I can, at least, assure you that finding him shall prove relatively simple now, that Hephaestus can no longer bend Pandæmonium to his will. There is but one place left for him to find refuge, the Black Heart of Tartaros, where Athena built her testing compound. We can assume that Hephaestus will offer fierce resistance. I must focus my every effort on securing a safe means of approach. La Habrea, I would ask that you assume the duty of summoning Omega's Phantom Warriors. I have no objections. My ability to fight within Tartaros will be greatly diminished in any case. However, I wish to deal the final blow to Hephaestus myself. There is no need to dirty your hands with such a deed. I take it then that you have no intent to seal him away as before. The presence I felt when I encountered Hephaestus bore little resemblance to the entity I created. By his own hand, he has become something far more wicked, and the same magics that once shackled him may very well shatter before the power he wields. On my pride as a researcher, I am loath to repeat the same mistake twice. I would not see these events play out again, and so he must be extinguished. Well then, I shall open the way forward. May we finish this together. Yeah, let's finish this. Well, given how far we've come through this raid narrative so far, and like knowing that the whole entire goal essentially has been the resurrection of Athena, I would say it's a pretty safe bet that that resurrection might occur, and probably not how we expect. Because La Habrea was always like, hey man, if she comes back, her soul is gone, so there's probably going to be someone else. But then I'm also like, they're going in the direction that she was kind of shit anyway, so maybe you won't be able to tell the difference. I have a feeling she'll probably come back, and that'll be like the third part. It just feels like a safe assumption given the objective of our villain. That'll be a final wish, I assume. Some sort of desperation move that fucks everything up even further, which is classic. If Hephaestus truly means to continue Athena's research, then Erichthonios is indispensable to his goals. He is safe, but for how much longer I cannot say. The end is in sight. Return to me safely, friend. Yeah, no worries. No worries, Littlebus. Yeah, no worries. No worries, pal. Just friends. Alright. Cast, we've got to get you into the party because you've arrived. It's party time with Cast. No worries. Alright, there we go. Thank you for your sacrifice. We're gonna need a new photographer. We're gonna need a new photographer at the end. We've lost our photographer. Last Hephaestus' wicked plan is laid bare. He aims to use Erichthonios as a tool to resurrect Athena, former chief keyword of Pandæmonium. Although his exact motivations remain shrouded in mystery, there is no time for doubt, for every idle moment allows Hephaestus to draw one step closer to completing his grand experiment. You hurry to the hidden experimental compound, that this chain of twisted ambition might be broken at last. Commence! Oh my god. We're on Sephiroth. Sephiroth! Materia server, I think? Materia.
Erichthonios is mine, heart and soul. And with your death, none will be left to stop me.
Surprise voice acting. Nice to know I was pronouncing Erichthonios correctly this whole time. It really is just that simple. Whoa. Perfect imperfection. Dude, he has the fucking chains around his arms. He's being Kratos right now. He's got the blade. Where's the blades of Athena at? Oh, I like that we have a different animation for the allies coming in because it's a different guy helping us. La Habrea's summoning animation instead of Elidibus. Oh my, as well. Oh my god, I just realized. Because it's like, you know, when obviously Elidibus being like the Warrior of Light moment, and then we summon the allies and it does that whole circle like thing. Visual parallel to summoning our friends being like that same circle. You cheeky bastards. Didn't even think about it until it changed to La Habrea's version, man. Fucking Sauron back there, dude. Fucking Sauron back there. What are these? Like DNA strand cages? Is this what he's gonna use to try and resurrect Athena? Is that Athena back there already? You're gonna use Erechthonios as a summon? Bro, these fucking... This arena's crazy. Which chat should I have opened? People are chatting in general. Alright, let's have an iCam moment. That's a good one right there. You hear that music? Because I do. You hear that little choir in the back? I wonder what bullshit he's got for us in this fight. Let me see if I can get a nice little front camera shot in the old idle camera. Thank you. He's gonna summon the blades of Athena. Just you wait. Alright, just need a little screenshot moment there. Oh, nice little piano. Alright. Let's fight this guy.
Rest eternal in the dark depths of this prison.
We get voice acting. Thank God. That's such a cool little moment. You never expect it, and then it comes in, you go, oh! Talking!
From Fulton's flame my servants rise.
Dunforge. Oh, man. Okay. He's got a dragon. Oh. And it goes in the middle. Gotcha.
Leave naught but ash in your wake.
What, the Phoenix? Okay. Oh, God. We have to try and remember what moves they do.
Sink sorrow into your heart.
Okay. Right? So the Phoenix is on the outside, and the snake is in the middle.
Tire of this farce.
I thought this Phoenix was going to be like a circle in the middle. Like, in its own fight.
Behold the fruits of sacrifice.
Reforged reflection. Oh man, he's got like all of the... Okay, he's just gonna mimic all of the previous fights. Look at that Medusa type shit, dude. That Medusa type shit. You gonna... Yeah. Medusa type shit. Oh my god. What is this game like? What Greek influence or something? Nah. Gorgo spit. I would love that, Mercury. Yes, please.
Perish in flames embrace. Go forth and sate your boundless hunger.
Okay, I see. I see.
From fulgent flame my servants rise.
Okay, Phoenix in the middle.
That seep sorrow into your heart.
Genesis of flame.
I shall see my wish fulfilled.
Oh my god, dude, he kind of becomes some form of, he's like kind of an ultimate Omega weapon, like the classic one, where he's kind of like the body on the thing. Body on the beast. Knockback don't mean shit these days. I thought I put on my arm's length. Does it only work for one? Rearing Rampage. It becomes like some fucking strange chimera, which is so cool.
Sear flesh from bone.
Yes. And it's blue because it's even hotter.
Leave naught but ash in your wake.
Guitar solo.
I tire of this farce. Behold the fruits of sacrifice. You are prey to be consumed.
Petrification dodge. Asshole.
Perish in flames embrace. Go forth and sate your boundless hunger.
Ah, okay, so now he's gonna switch up. He's gonna switch up on where those are going. Be tricky with it. Oh, yeah. I picked the right area.
From fulgent flame my servants rise.
Okay, Serpent is in the middle.
A fitting death. wish fulfilled. You will know my rage.
Blazing footballs. So he'll jump, then he jumps over there, and then it'll be like knocking you back. Yeah. He goes over here.
Praying before a god. Leave naught but ash in your way.
I just love the concept of like having pretty much like a rematch with
Seek sorrow
a version of La Habrea in a sense that also then has a particular move where he like transforms into, you know, what resembles Omega Weapon. Oh, sorry, I say, sorry, Ultima Weapon in the context of this. Sorry, Ultima Weapon. It's just a great little bit of like visual consistency there.
from Fulgent flame my servants rise.
Like, it's gonna go crazy in the future, man.
I'm tired of this farce.
Very nice. And we win. And we win. And we win. Hey, now how do we get you down from there? It looks like he's literally hovering above a spiky platform. Free him and he'll fall onto circle spikes. Now we end this. Oh my god. Wind up Ericthonios. Alright, I need these pants. I need these pants. Pants achieved. I got a little guy. All right. We can see what the raid arm is going to be. Hell yeah. And then we can see what this this final wish is going to be all about. I'm going to just be right back. So we'll have the victory music play just for a second while we're here, and then I'll go through the exit. Just going to grab some stuff, and then we'll be ready to go. So I will be right back. Alright, chat. Just a quick post-raid snack. Let's go. Let's go. Let's leave the duty. Let's see what happens. Thanks for waiting. The chain of events that led to this moment began with my error, when out of mercy I confined you here. Now I break it, and leave no trace of you behind. This is not over. I see you will not go peacefully. Even a cast-off would uphold his pride, though such an impulse must speak to the overwhelming arrogance of my other half. The name Hephaestus shall grow to eclipse yours. None shall remember the deeds of La Habrea once I fulfill Athena's ambition and bring Erechthonios' dream to life. You speak as if you care a whit for the boy. Why then do you cower behind him? There are some desires which must not be realized. Athena would see the world destroyed if it could meant she could find hers in the ruins. As for Erechthonios, he knows not what his wish would beget, a truth which you have hidden from him. Do you truly believe a father's role is to deceive and manipulate? Hey, La Habrea, I don't mean to, knock you down. Because, yeah, this guy's in the wrong right now, but I don't mean to knock you down from this moment where you're trying to, beat him, but, you kind of also did deceive and manipulate Erechthonios just in a different way, you deceived him on the truth and manipulated him to do something else. It's just a different thing. You did deceive and manipulate a little bit there, pal. Wake up, boy. Listen to your father, boy. My wish? You would claim the name Hephaestus and call yourself his father, yet you bind his mind and body in dark chains. Your words and your pride ring hollow. Athena wanted her son by her side, and he desires to return there. What wickedness is there in mending a broken family? Athena cared naught for Erechthonios, beyond how he could serve her ends. You claim to be acting in his interest, but 'tis plain you are no different. As I ushered Athena to her end, I vowed that my sole mission in life would be to guide this star true. In service to that vow, I silenced the whispers of my heart. I could not nurture a son whilst an entire world looked to me for guidance. For that choice, I bear the responsibility. Yet he is still my son. And I'll not suffer you to seduce him with false hope. You, who are naught but the bitter dregs of Athena and I, the very worst of us. Woo! That shot. The half and half face. Mother, she... No, then who? How do I... Not right now. Trust in La Habrea. Crazy for me to say that out loud, by the way. I hear you. I owe you Themis an apology. Athena, whoever, in La Habrea, I will have my say. I thought he was about to break free and just hover there with his arms crossed, and I was like, that would have been crazy aura. Pulling the floating arms cross pose. It looked like it for a second. Oh, his mind was mine. I can't explain. Omega's words reached me through the haze. They rang loud and clear. As did the words of another, in a voice much like yours, but resounding with truth. Oh my god, you're gonna interment this guy? Get him. Get him. How? When did you master these bonds? Oh, we've interred much worse. You worthless! You! Ah! May these chains bind you! Oh no, second crystal! Oh no, second crystal! Oh no, second crystal! Professor Claudian's gonna go and find it. Oh no. The second crystal, dude. Oh no. We're cooked. Oh no. Wait, that's crazy. What could potentially happen now? Not what I thought at all. Shit. It appears my failures have borne fruit after all. Sealing him into a crystal. Oh no. La Habrea would have rather had him be squashed like a bug, but now he's been put in a little genie lamp. I'll be pocketing that. You did well, son. Papa Proud. Papa Proud. We've made it to the Papa Proud part of the storyline between a father and a son, which is always the way that it goes. Ah, me and my dad. And then he says, you've done well, son, right at the end. You've done good. I was protecting you the whole time, but I couldn't tell you the truth because I am a father. Dads, huh? Where are we? Oh, you know. Somewhere. Nightmare Realm. With Hephaestus' essence contained in this crystal, we may safely return. Erechthonios above, that he would bind Hephaestus with only half his senses intact. You quite understand his adeptness in the art of interment. It was hardly what I had in mind, but a feat deserving of praise nonetheless. Bruce Imperfect. La Habrea is looking at Erechthonios with concern. I feel no trace of a Hephaestus. Oh my god, what? Can I talk? What? Hello? We've been saying this word the whole time. Why can't I say it now? I feel no trace of Hephaestus' poison in your mind, and for a blessing it appears your body is none the worse for wear. I made my way here as soon as I could. I no longer sense Hephaestus, and the force assailing Pandæmonium's barriers has ceased. Are we rid of him for good and all? Yep. Put him in a crystal, we did. Classic. Classic finish. I see. Despite his muddled senses, Erechthonios felt that to seal Hephaestus away was the proper course. It wasn't so noble as that. I only knew something had to be done, so I acted. La Habrea, was that how you dealt with Hephaestus in the past? Indeed. He was naught but the parts of my memory and soul that I had cut away, a mass of ether without a material vessel. Storing his essence within a crystal was the most logical choice. On that matter, I believe the time has come for you to share the rest of your tale of Hephaestus' creation and Athena's end. I heard your words, but only vaguely, as if from under the surface of a deep pool. My mother wished to use me? I would hear the whole truth. I want to know what happened here, and what drove Athena to act as she did. I'm ready. Athena's brilliance outshone us all. Even the other members of the Words of La Habrea were as children in comparison. So dedicated to research was she that it was not unheard of for her to forget meals or even sleep. Her mind was ever grasping for knowledge, and it was in this endless search that she became obsessed with uncovering the secrets of life. You see, while we can conceive life in various forms, the means of creating a soul are beyond our ken. Similarly, though, we can enhance and alter our physical vessels. We have ever been bound to them. Athena's purpose was to shatter these limitations. Such limitations as we were not meant to surpass. He sought to enter the realm of the gods. Well, with a name like that, scarce few have the ability to comprehend what such a task entails, let alone the courage to attempt it. For most, the thought would be an idle fancy, considered once and then discarded. Not so for Athena. As leader of the Words of La Habrea, I spoke with her often about transcending our being. From an academic perspective, the challenge has plagued countless researchers through the ages. It was during these musings that I began to formulate a theory, a means by which a person could meld with a creation. The weaknesses of one would be mitigated by the strengths of the other, and the result could be something greater than we have ever imagined. A person being able to meld with a creation. Although it was but a theory, Athena insisted I develop it further, curious about every detail along the way. Our conversations became more frequent, and our platonic relationship grew into something much more. Imagine being like, what if we had a kid, you know, hey, La Habrea, hypothetically speaking, what if we had a kid, but instead of it really being a kid, you know, like daycare and meals and the park and shit, test subject, hear me out, and maybe I use him to become a god. What do you think? Somehow, this man said yes. The platonic relationship grew into much more. I take it I was born not soon after. Just so. I believed she bore true affection for me, and was blind to her hidden intentions. When Pandæmonium was built and she requested to lead the researchers, I saw no reason to deny her. Even setting aside our relationship, her accomplishments as a scholar made her the obvious choice. However, in giving her Pandæmonium, I also gave her free rein to conduct whatsoever experiments she could devise. And when you found out what she was doing, you killed her. I made haste to Pandæmonium the moment I learned of these hidden chambers. I left Abyssos to keep watch from Tartaros's vestibule as I ventured deeper, knowing not what would await me. As for what occurred next, 'tis best to see with your own eyes. Echo? Or how are you going to show him? What are we doing? You going to show like a little magic hologram? Magic hologram. Magic hologram time. Damn, she was already trying with him when he was a boy. Wow. She was already working on it. Is that me? You are well aware that out of respect for our neighbors in Elpis, the researchers of Pandæmonium are not to be masked. Yet you stand before me with your face covered. What petty defiance is this? What indeed? So quick you are to rebuke me, though you yourself have not set foot in these halls since their inception. You must have known you could not conceal this from myself and Abyssos forever. As well you know that I cannot allow it to continue. I shall say this but once. Release Erechthonios, else I shall have no choice but to strike you down. I would meet my end at the hands of none other. However, ere my time is come, I will have you know the why of it. Then you will not desist. Once you understand what has driven me this far, you shall see that stopping was never an option. The feelings of one weigh little against the needs of the entire star. Of course, of that I am well aware. But you did not deign to descend from your lofty heights simply to lecture me as you would a child. You have an interest in my motivations, what possessed Athena, peerless researcher and mother to the son of the great La Habrea, to embark upon the path to her downfall. History will demand an answer, but it is you who deserves one. Give me your hand, La Habrea, and we shall know one another more deeply than ever before, question mark? Than ever before. Impossible. You bonded your souls? Aye, that the boundaries between us would cease to be. She offered me everything, to be understood. I found myself unable to refuse. At that moment my mind was a storm of questions, yet one roared the loudest. Did Athena ever truly love me? I am become thee, memory and mind. It's that same blue aura shit. And I, thee. Can you feel it? My heart, all that I am. Yes, as if it were my own. A fathomless desire to dissect the mysteries of life, to transcend our mortal flesh and bleed into a higher plane of existence. Unquenchable thirst for knowledge, not a single thought spared for another, for the star. How disappointing. Yet what is known cannot be unknown. You have beheld my life's work. It's playing the spooky Revelation theme. Try as you might to excise the memory, the seed of desire remains, and when it takes root, you too shall be consumed by the selfsame fervor. So is that what happened with young? That's what happened with Eric Thonios at that point, where he's like, similar thing, where he got really angry and then, you know, he gets all like activated. Boom. And maybe the same thing has happened to the Key Wards or something. And maybe Athena has put like a piece of herself or just, you know, something inside of La Habrea that's like, hey, when the time is right, boom. I'll use him as a little Horcrux. Little shell for a piece of me, maybe. As soon as they're like, you blended souls, I'm like, well, that's a can of worms. I will dig it out. I will dispense with the corruption in my soul ere your rotten insight spreads. It was my weakness that let this wickedness fester, but never again. Today I cast aside fickle emotion and abide in duty alone. Today I renounce all that I was and live only as La Habrea. Oh, dude. Damn, that's the split. Thus did I forsake the part of myself that had been polluted by Athena, stealing it within a crystal. And that's Hephaestus. Okay, yeah. Yep. So that is the seed taking root. So we removed that part. Unfortunately, that desire still came through. Never did I think I would one day face those memories made flesh. Forgive my bluntness, but your actions bordered on insanity. To go to such lengths to escape your memories, you nearly rewrote your very existence. Rest assured, the change did not go unnoticed by our colleagues in the Convocation. Egiorm and Emmett Selk in particular made plain the suspicions they harbored. As well they should have. That you escaped with your life was nothing short of a miracle. You couldn't go to therapy. You had to, like, split yourself in two and almost die as a result. Why didn't you destroy the crystal then and there? Did you think to one day make use of the knowledge it contained? I will not deny such considerations played into my decision, but my main motivation was fear. I had never attempted such a feat before. The crystal was my sole recourse should something go awry with the remainder of my soul. In hindsight, to cling to it was a mistake born of doubt. Athena must have anticipated I would resort to such measures, and prepared a vessel beforehand that would accept the dregs of my soul. Hephaestus doubtless believed he was performing his duty as a husband and father should, yet in truth he was but a puppet being pulled to and fro by Athena's desires. His goal was not to raise himself high. He thought only of seeing his dear Athena live again, that she might finish what she began. Yet for all of that, he and I were alike. We yet shared a fatal flaw, you see. Our need for control blinded us to others' perspectives. While I was in thrall to Hephaestus, you called out to me. What say you now? Does La Habrea speak true? Unfortunately. Yes, and now it's your turn to do the same. I just want to know one thing. Did you truly believe that hiding the truth was best for me? Even knowing how I felt about my mother? La Habrea, I know, had a fatal flaw after all. I'm still not convinced. I have said all that I can say. Now it is for you to choose to believe me, or not. La Habrea, I know, holds duty above all else. I would sooner prostrate myself before an erupting volcano than place my fickle emotions in his path. When you return to the surface, you'll doubtless don that mask once more. So before we climb out of this forsaken pit, I suppose I should say... Thank you, Hephaestus. Gives him a chance to say thank you to his true name. You know what's crazy? The fact that there is going to be a third part to the raid. And it has not come in the way that I thought it would. That crystal, though, dangerous. Dangerous. So I assume that's how things are gonna come about. Let us see. I have said all that needs to be said. From this moment forward, I pledge that my heart shall not lead me astray. Hephaestus was far more than an imitation of La Habrea. He was quite literally a part of him. But La Habrea to me is a man who thinks of naught but his duty. By casting aside the burden that Hephaestus represented, he shall become ever more himself in a way. I've heard enough. There is more I would yet discuss, but we should first return to Pandæmonium's gates. I'll gather my thoughts on the way. Yes, very good, and I'll return home. There's a professor out there who's going to do something very silly in a second, and I'm gonna have to say, hey, stop that. Hey, stop that right now. This is the great part about experiencing a story that is set in the past while not having all of the information in the future, and then having stuff that you discover serve the present, and you're like, oh my god, we gotta go back. We have regained complete control of the facility, but it shall take some time yet until things are in working order. Athena viewed Erichthonios as the ideal test subject. Hephaestus' research must have been very nearly complete to seek him out like he did. Very nearly complete, you say? I owe you an apology, Omega. It was due to my own inexperience that Hephaestus was so easily able to take hold of my mind. I also owe you thanks. If you and Themis hadn't chosen to brave the chaos occurring in Pandæmonium, then I would never have known La Habrea's story, my father's story. It was a tale I too was fascinated to hear. I very much look forward to speaking with Azem upon my return. I cannot help but wonder how much of this he foresaw. I am afraid I cannot allow that, Elidibus. So long as you retain control of Pandæmonium, there is work to be done. But of course, I shall first free the remaining warders and restore this place to its former glory. Using the facilities in Tartaros, we should be able to reverse the changes made to their bodies and minds. I shall stay behind to oversee the process. That is well, but I must yet learn why I was considered the key to Hephaestus' experiments, and how he intended to revive Athena. Maybe I'm missing something, but it just kind of almost feels like obvious, right? There's like a connection through blood or some such other. It would feel like you're particularly the best test subject because you're the bloodline. Maybe I'm wrong. Such questions are best left unanswered. In fact, I forbid the pursuit of that knowledge. The boundary between man and creation shall never again be crossed. I intend to destroy the crystal containing Hephaestos' essence, that this mistake never again repeats. Okay, you intend to destroy that then. I see no reason to gainsay your judgment. There is yet the matter of your crystal, however. Truth be told, I had not considered its origin until I saw the one containing Hephaestos' ether. I was struck by how wholly different they were. There is another. Yeah, man, distress calls, how I got here. While imbuing a crystal with memories is a simple process, storing a message, a warning even, would be something altogether more complex. This also means that someone besides the present company and Azem was aware of the plot unfolding within Pandæmonium. Then why would they not make themselves known even now? No threats remain. Probably precisely because no threats now remain. Perhaps it was one of the other warders. We shall question them after they are freed. Distress signal? Actually, a trap? Bait? Perhaps? Under the disguise of help me? Maybe. That task may take some time, a resource I'd rather not steal more of from you. Return at your leisure, and we will share our results then. You've done more than enough for the time being. I am of the same mind. Leave the loose ends to us and continue upon your journey. Or if you are so inclined, take a much-needed repose. This talk of journeys smacks of Azem. As well it should. He has pledged to keep moving until he has seen every corner of the world. If you do find yourself with a spare moment, you might bring that crystal of yours to La Habrea. He may be able to offer further insight. Until then, my friend. Hey, what are we doing? We're just being so teased. I look forward to your returning with the crystal, but worry not. I shall try my level best to stave off loneliness while you are gone. As you may have noticed during our battle, La Habrea's mask crowns me when I've transformed. It is said that we manifest in a way that reflects our innermost selves. I had thought that mask a symbol of the chains that bound my heart, but recent events have caused me to reconsider that assumption. The crystal that hangs from Erechthonios' waist was a gift from me, made in the hopes that it would spark growth in his aptitude for magic. 'Tis plain he no longer requires it, but I see no reason he cannot wear it for a while longer. Hey, I'm gonna zoom in on your crotch, boy. Just wait a sec. That crystal's in a particular shape that I'm familiar with. Oh, cool. Very exciting. So, we're leaving. We're going back to Aporia, which is crazy. Off we go then. But my prediction at the time was maybe after fighting Hephaestos, there's like a sort of, there's sort of a desperation moment where he goes, my one last wish. And he manages to like, I don't know, make it happen. And then it's like the tease for the next part or something. There's still chance for a meanwhile, isn't there? Of course. But, it can go in any which direction, but I'm excited. Why, if it isn't Omega, excuse me if I'm not my usual chipper self, but we have not been without our difficulties in your absence. You see, communication with the airship Professor Claudian commissioned for his search was lost some time ago, and now we've quite lost track of where he might be. And to make matters worse, Namgigi has just sent word of an unusually large amount of energy coming from somewhere within the Ethereal Sea. I was just on my way to the Aisha scope, in fact. Please, you must come with me. Oh my god, it's been brought into the present. Oh! Oh! Pandemonium brought into the present. It's here. What is that? Is it real? Why is it that whenever danger visits the world, you are never far behind? Hey, other dad that also, you know, had his time in the sun. Hello? And you too. Professor Claudian's assistants, I take it. As you arrived before me, I take it you are involved in this. I would thank you to furnish me with an explanation. We wanted a Bloodborne remaster so bad, we wished for it so hard, and we summoned this. We summoned Bloodborne Land. That's crazy. So, my expectation of maybe, you know, part 3 being like one last wish, maybe there's some form of resurrection actually does end up going ahead, and then we fight in the next thing. The third part being potentially like, what if it was happening right now in the present and not in the past is crazy. While the research summary you submitted to the forum gave us no cause for concern, these details are alarming. The professor's last message indicated he was on his way to Abyss La, but we know not whether he ever reached his destination. A rash endeavor, even for Claudian, but he has ever allowed the thrill of discovery to cloud his better judgment. We have no recourse but to entreat Ishgard's aid in searching for him. As for that unsightly fortress which materialized in the Ethereal Sea, Pandæmonium, was it? It cannot be left alone. For the time being, information regarding this matter must be strictly controlled so as to minimize panic. We will gather those with knowledge of the Ethereal Sea and continue monitoring it for further irregularities. You two, submit a detailed report to the forum at once. Under normal circumstances, if we were not in a raid, I'd be getting the help of my former scions right now. At present, we have far more questions than answers. Nevertheless, I would ask for your assistance at such a time that our investigation has concluded. Very good. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must apprise the forum of what has occurred here. Fortuno has to walk into the forum and say, hey, big castle has appeared in the Ethereal Sea. That's all I got. Don't know. Don't know. Just when we need him the most, Professor Claudian remains unaccounted for. He even brought the crystal with him. We are left with scarce few straws to grasp at. While I am but a lowly assistant, even I can see that our two current problems are likely related. The same party or phenomenon may be responsible for both. Conversely, I see now that my unexperienced imagination failed to do Pandemonium's pitiless spires justice. I can only wonder, if the facility itself traversed the ages, did the creations within do the same? What of the keywards? But answers to these questions shall come in time, I am sure. But now I must do as Master Fortuno asked and write that report. As for you, Omega, pray get what rest your responsibilities will allow. When next we call upon you, I wager we shall need you in prime condition. So Claudian's got the original crystal and he's taking it to the location of the pair. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Not even a slight tease of a meanwhile, by the way. Just like waiting. That's my tease. I had to click on it. That's my tease. Eater of Souls, and that's in the next raid stream that we do. Oh my god. Okay. Really cool. Abyssos was sick. Now we're gonna see what the armor looks like. We'll turn that in. How long have we been streaming for? 4 hours and 20 minutes. Pretty good. We'll do some group content after, so stick around. Don't leave, everybody. Especially if you're in the game, because we'll do some activities. We're doing the Alliance raid, the next part of the Alliance raid in the stream after the next one, because that came out in 6.3. So we're going to be doing 6.3 story next stream, and then the Alliance raid after that. And then, you know, so on and so forth. So it'll be a few more streams until we get to the next part of this, 6.4. I shall do as Master Fortuno commanded and compile our research before sending it to the forum. Paperwork of all manner has been my forte since before I was even a student. Recount the tales. Luffy, we're all gonna get together and cross swords and or staves. No, I like spacing it out. This is the first time that I've spaced it out, and I actually really like it, because I'm trying to, with Endwalker, just kind of experience it as they released in full with the Alliance raids this time. And I like that feeling of, you know, when they say, hey, take a rest, we'll come back and figure it out. It gives me a nice sense of time actually passing. Because a lot of the time we do the quest, and we talk to them, and they go, long time no see, and I haven't left. So I do really like it being split up as the story patches have come out. And I think we'll do that for Dawn Trail as well. Because then when we get to Evercold, we have no choice but to do that. So it'll be great. Omega, may I have a moment? If you would be so inclined, I would very much like to hear the story of your battles in Abyssos and Tartaros. While I have no difficulty producing reports for the forum with general summation of events, I could use some help with the finer details. For the record, you know. For the record, you say. Come now, be honest and admit it's to sate your own curiosity. I've seen the tomes you've left scattered about the laboratory, bestiaries of creatures both real and imagined. I will not, and I dare say should not, deny an intellectual stake in the matter, but surely Omega will understand that a thorough recounting will help Professor Claudian's research as well. Now then, whenever you're ready. Big monsters, and it was a tree. Fascinating. As you say, the savage creation you encountered in Abyssos bears more than a few similarities to the carbuncle. Could it be that the arcane entities we now know had their origins in ancient times? Just as curious was your story of the Keyward who was melded with a tree of legend. Where do the limits of the Prometheus creation process lie, I wonder? And how do such creatures even survive once melded? As expected, you cannot help yourself from asking ever more questions. What purpose would such knowledge serve? So, Rusano, one day you too shall develop the keen instincts of a researcher. Then you shall understand that it is impossible not to wonder once the spark of imagination has been struck. Omega's stories have already set several theories stirring in my mind, and I feel even more bubbling just under the surface. Take Hephaestus, for example. It would not be a great leap to assume he studied at length the regenerative and death-defying properties of the phoenix, and that is just the tip of the proverbial berg. You are free to exercise your imagination all you like, but need I remind you, these reports are meant to be submitted to Master Fortuno himself. I implore you to exercise restraint. Professor Claudian would have encouraged me, you know. He thrives on theories and imagination, but I do understand your point, Rusano. If I were to submit such a report to Master Fortuno, I would soon thereafter be forced to write a formal apology. Fortuno is more open to wild theories than you think. Yeah, we got bunny rabbits on the moon. We want to go into space with a rocket ship and blow up a super bird lady at the end of time. And Forstner said, holy shit, man, that's too much for me. Just go. That very well may be. An academic does not achieve the station he has without a curiosity as deep as the ethereal sea itself. Now I should set ink to paper and let the wonder of theory guide my hand. Within reason, of course. Yet I cannot help but dream ever larger. There are no bounds to what the mind can imagine. And if there are, let us both strive to find them, Omega. Savage. Incredibly. Okay. Jake, welcome into the stream. Hello and welcome. Let me see. It's the unsung relic of Abyssos. Let's see what are we dealing with today? What do we got? No, that is cool. Oh, no, wait, that is cool. Oh, that is cool. Okay. Yeah, right, shit. Cool, cool. My cat ears are gone. They sit in the side, I guess. No visor. Look, there's a visor right there. Give me my faceplate. Wow. Oh, the circle! The circle! Are you kidding me? Oh my god. I have the circle. I have become God. You know how many fucking times I talk shit about the godly circle and how powerful it makes you with aura? Oh my god, I have the fucking circle. Oh my god, it's a flame circle. No way. Dragoon and Reaper get purple. That's crazy. Oh, dude. Oh my god. They're all so cool. Flame shoulders. Sensible. You know, you don't want everything on fire. That's good. Everything else is a little more sensible. And that's all well and good. Sick ass earring, dude. That might be the only time I've ever cared really to like look at the earring. Oh my god. Alright, let me see the rest. What do we got here? We got more. This is the most insane that this shit has ever been. The most insane. Ooh. All right. You get to see a little bit of face on these ones. Whoa! Oh my god, that is slick. Look at the fucking collar. You ain't never seen a collar more popped than that. That is a definitive popped collar. Jeez. Jeez. And shit like this just gets so much better with the fact that they added the glam that you can just do on everyone. You know what I mean? Glam on everyone. That's not gonna work. I'm gonna have to get naked for that. Okay, dude. That is one that is so exciting to like just get them all. You know what I mean? Get every single one of them. I get a fucking circle. I get a circle behind me. It's so funny. I was like at the start of the stream, I was like, oh, sorry, I was doing my glams and I'm happy with where I'm at. And then I get I get this shit. Hand it over. Your unsung armor of Abyssos. Honestly, I always like look at like the pants, and I'm like, the pants are like kind of pointless, but that's what the item pieces are for. The satisfaction of completing like the raid thing and then being able to get all of the stuff. Me when I'm just buying the shit because because it looks cool. Okay, look at that. Full set. I really want to get the others too. I really want to get more stuff and just have multiple things to use for different things. I really like this one as well. This is just sick. This is almost my favorite one. If this did not have the circle of flame behind it, then I think this one would be my favorite one. I like the fur shoulders. Also on fire. Fireproof fur on the top there, just fucking goated. Oh my god. Jeez. Alright, I gotta go glam my shit immediately. Alright, we'll leave that alone. So cool. That is this raid portion, right, of the stream. We are going to stick around for a bit and do some other content. So we can do the savages of this version. We might do the savage for the first part of the Alliance raid for Endwalker as well. Maybe some other stuff. It depends what we as a group want to do. So, you know, we'll see. However people feel about things, but we'll keep playing and do some more stuff. But that was that primary story section, which I'm very happy about. I'm just gonna go to Old Faithful Inn. You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up. That's not planned. You can't make this shit up. That's a random person that has the armor right as I finish. That's stupid. That's the first time I've seen the armor, and it appears immediately after I finish the raid at a random person at my hometown. That's stupid. I've never seen it before. And it chooses now to reveal itself. Wow. What's the one that I have of this for the Reaper, chat? Are they all called Figment? Do I have a Figment? Oh, it's the Kitten's Joy. It is the Kitten's Joy, isn't it? Yes, I remember now. I think that's exactly why. That's exactly why at the start of the stream when Kate gave me the Figment thing, I was like, I had it in my head. I'm like, there's gonna be some weird like fucking feather duster tickle toy shit. Yeah, because I subconsciously repressed my trauma of looking at this. I remember now. I remember now. Because that's there. Okay. Let me put this stuff in here. A lot of this armor I picked up, I gotta sell, because I'm not gonna use it. My inventory is filled with a lot of random shit at the moment. But the Purgatory set. Get in there. Get in there right now. Okay. Let's make a new thing. Ah, I made this one too. I didn't realize I had this chest piece. I already had the hat, but I didn't realize I had this. It makes my tail go up. There's my Jester fit, which is sick. Oh yeah, and I didn't even showcase my current Sage fit either. My cool heavy coat. It's gonna be my Sage fit until I buy that Purgatory set, because that's crazy. I love being able to mix and match shit together. I'll tell you that. Cool as hell. Now I have to delete one. Probably this one. I've got enough fancy looking. Look at that. I've got enough fancy fits. I'm gonna get rid of this one. I got work to do, man. I got a Purgatory set to put together. Oh, look at it all together. Look at it come together. Oh my god. That's just insane. I do wish that with the helmet I could have a visor, right? I do wish that I could maybe do the visor. I need to get this dyeable to like match the color. I also think I'm gonna need I think I might need the more aggressive dye. I think I might need the jet black to get this to even match the other set. Maybe. I don't even know if I can with this hood. But that's okay. It doesn't have to. It don't have to. Take the visor off on this one, but also I don't know if I'm going to be able to get the correct dye with that either. I want to get these metallic dyes though. They look sick. Literally just the default is the darkest version of that, and I'm gonna be able to struggle. It's going to be a struggle to get the pieces to match, unfortunately. Sometimes it just ain't possible, you know? The inner red of the hood does make that look pretty sick. I just lose my face, obviously. I like having like a hood or something like that in full armor instead of a helmet. For aura points specifically. I will now be having these rings probably at all times. Oh, actually, I should have a matching sword that goes with the whole thing. Wonderful. We'll do the Chaos Bringer as well. Fits the vibe. Hard not to be happy with that. It's a big circle. If anything, I'm gonna have to just... I'll figure out the earrings thing later. But for now, that's where we're at. Alright, we got a new outfit for a bit today. Now I got this. What a fucking upgrade, dude. I'm like literally walking around with the equivalent of like, you see people see you walking around like I've killed the final boss of the game. Walking around with this. The sword from the savage? Oh yeah, I didn't check the weapons, did I? I did not. Look at that. Alright, chat. Look at the timing. I appear. This person was wearing the armor. I come back, they're fucking crafting. That was the window of me seeing the armor, and it was right there. Time is so weird. We live in the Matrix. We absolutely live in the Matrix. It's unbelievable. Okay. We'll go to Labyrinthos for a sec. Let's have a look at the weapons. In regards to the Savage, obviously we could unsync Savages, but then it makes it obviously much easier. There is a part of me would like to at least experience it properly first, just to like see what it's like. It should be possible. You're right. So we only get it's only armor, and then the Savage gives you weapons. Asphodalos Claymore. Oh, what? Bro. You change the color of it? Oh, it's a broken sword. Oh my god, it's broken. And then, oh, dude. Oh my god. Oh my god. You know what would be so cool if it had a second dye option, and that was being able to change the color of this part. Yes, dude. Oh my god. That bayonet has 3 circles. Alright, where's my... What's this? Oh, no. No! Fucking fork. Not the fucking fork. I'm not eating dinner with this. No. Tridents are my least favorite dragoon weapon. Unless it looks really fucking cool. Like, you're holding the equivalent to, like, Poseidon's whole entire thing. And you're like, I'm wielding Poseidon's favorite trident. This is a fucking fork. It's a fork. I don't like it. Alright, Burke's showing me directly the things in the other one, and that's all good. I'm just looking at these at the moment. That's pretty cool, I guess. That one's pretty cool. Oh! Okay, hear me out, hear me out. This with the Nier outfit. This with the Nier outfit. The Nier Automata fit. It's not the circle while it's on your back, while it's hovering, but it's there. That can be pretty close. That sword with the Nier outfit. Hell yeah, dude. Oh my god. Oh, and there's Savage related outfit as well. So it's all particularly this style. That looks much cooler in black. Hey, whenever you say the words, does it come in black? It always looks better. Okay. Cool. The daggers, the bow, the gun, the dancer's arms. Alright, let me take a look at a couple more things. I'm just excited. Forgive me, you know. Forgive a guy for being a little excited. It's a cool staff as well. Okay. Let me see these. Let me see these. Jeez. See, here's the thing. Let me tell you something. This is actually where you lose me. This is actually where you lose me. I look at this and I go, that is cool. I don't fuck with it as much. It gets to a point where I goes too much fire. I'm already too hot in this thing. I don't fuck with it as much. I think it is cool. Wouldn't choose it, personally. I would go for the previous Savage one and then dye it. I like simplicity with the weapons. Some level of, like, design, of course, but, it depends. This I like. This is cool, right? Because it's not a fork. It's a big old purple spike. That's like, imagine Astinian doing his Dragoon dive. With this is fine. That's very cool. I like that. Alright, what's going on in here? Let me have a look. The War Axe. This I like because it's like having the flame on the edge of the thing. Makes me think Destiny, Rise of Iron, the Iron Lords with their flame axes. I like that. This gives me some Athena's chains, God of War vibes. We got the blades of Athena. Oh, that should be the Viper, right? Because they have the double blades. Oh, okay. Yeah, this goes hard as well. So Reaper and Dragoon, they get it. That's nice. Purple flame with the chains, and it goes perfectly in the circle. Yeah, that's cool. I like that a lot. Samurai flame blade. I like this. I don't like it actually. I almost did. I don't like the flame on the holster. I don't like it as much. It has potential for me to like it more, but I don't. I assume that this is the same, but it is dyeable. So I can now actually dye the thing. So I guess I could try and achieve a bit more of color blending with other pieces as a result. How cool is the metallic though? Oh my god, it just takes on a whole different feeling once you get to like these metallic dyes. That's sick. Alright, same armor but dyeable.
The Abyssos rod.
This has been the only time that I've actually looked through every single piece for a raid, by the way, so I think that speaks volumes for what this is. Like, there's obviously been cooler ones in other raids, but the Forbidden Tome of Hell itself in my hands. Like, this shit is peak. Yeah, man. Oh my god. That goes hard. I gotta get it all. For classes that I don't even know. Yeah. Alright, it makes sense that there isn't any for jobs that come after. There you go. I guess that's what I was thinking of. The cleavers for Rogue and Ninja. That's not Viper, I was thinking about this. Oh, these are so close to being perfect, because if these were red fire instead of purple, Blades of Athena right there, almost. Almost Blades of Athena. That goes hard. That goes hard. It's like a fucking engine on fire. Yeah, cool. I won't look at the one that comes after. I'll wait. I can only do too much. So sick. Okay. After that show and tell, let's play around with the Savage, right? I'm ready if you are. Shall we see how we go? I genuinely do need to go back through like all of them again, so I could start getting the Savage pieces for a lot of other stuff. I do. I do want to get way more, because there's a lot of pieces I don't have. Holy shit! Okay. This feels like this is a Mad Max bow. You know that guitar? You know the guy who has the guitar with the fire? Same energy. That bow is gigantic. It's huge. It's bigger than me. And it has flames coming off of it. It's so much. Alright, we're not going to do minimum item level, of course. I think we just try it just normal. Just straight normal. See what it looks like. Let's do some Savage stuff, right? Shall we see how we go? Nate, welcome into the stream. Thanks for joining. All right, let's see how we go. We're gonna do the first circle on Savage. Does it has ticks next to the ones that you've done, right? So let me see. So we've done, obviously, Realm Reborn. I've done the Burden of the Father, apparently. That might have been like, did we run through that unsynced? I've done the Burden of the Son. The Soul of the Creator. I don't recall. They might have just been like quick unsynced runs for something. I don't think we did those properly. I've not touched Ultima. That one, for some reason. That one, Sepultura. Refulgence. And Eternity. Oh, I think I vaguely remember this one, because this was us doing the last one on each of them. I think that was just to look at them, though. It was just to see it, right? Or like mounts or something like that. Yeah? But it wasn't like properly doing the raids. So, yeah, I don't think I haven't properly done any. Yeah, so the Eden one was for the mounts, wasn't it? Yeah. Okay, after all this gushing about this cool outfit that I now have, I gotta pee. So just give me one quick moment. I'll be right back, and then we can do this raid. All right. Are we mentally prepared? In we go. I think this is my first proper savage not being like unsynced, not trying to like get a specific mount or something. Outside of maybe like looking at what the mechanics of the last Eden one was, I think. I will do that. I'll skip my cutscene actually. He's so beautiful. Oh my god. Popping raid food? Oh right. Because this does actually give you effects, does it not? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you're gonna make me do this for the first time? I guess I should do the ones that do vitality, right? Is that this is the tank one? What's the tank stats? Oh, I guess it doesn't matter. Is it whatever your class actually is, right? Does it change the stat based on what it is? Yummy. Yummy. Alright. Are you ready? Oh, I'm going in. I'm fighting this thing. Erichthonios! Alright. Laser focus on these mechanics. Watch this. You're not gonna know what hit him.
These shackles cannot be sundered.
Oh yeah, he's chained, man. I'm covered in chains. I think if you have the chain thing, get the fuck away from people or you die and then you take everybody else with you. It seems to be the case. Oh my god, because he doesn't do... Oh my god, none of the moves are telegraphed on the ground. So you just really have to look. You really gotta look. I see that. I see that. I see that. I was the second to last man standing. The healers live. They're gonna bring this back. Just watch. Okay, so yeah, so he'll swing him, and you just have to know where to go, and it will. Oh, that one was a circle around him and not the arena, I think. That attack was a little different. It seems that he, the first attack that we saw, he slices like everywhere except right in front of him. Oh, they've added a third element. They've added purple. Oh, I thought my game froze for a second. Okay. I don't actually know what's coming next. I need to look at what I have, don't I? Oh my god, where are we? I'm so dead. I have fire now, so I need ice, right? Yeah. Now, what? Oh, Okay, so what I spotted in that fight was double chain spin. He'll do one of them, and then the other, and then that can be an arena fight, or it can also be in a circle. which I don't currently know which one he chooses. Fire, ice, and lightning are those elements. There's a chain attack thing where you get bound in chains, and I think you just have to get far away from everybody else so you don't kill them. Yeah. That's all I got so far. Oh, wait, circle chains is different. Okay, I think it's still just get far away. Okay, so he's gonna do... He does one and then the other. What is this? Okay, so he's gonna attack left first. And then... Okay, but this was the donut. Okay. It's the donut one. So if he slams it into the ground like that, it's going to be donut mode. He pushed me into the death zone. Drag them onto the depths. Oh, chains. Okay, wait. Oh, no, this is the spinning one. Okay, this is the spinning one. So chains, he does this. And then over this side. So... if he's doing the blades on chains... around the arena, and then whatever the fuck the other thing was, that's donut. All good, makes sense. Be assailed by ice and flame, and also lightning, I guess. And also lightning? Okay, so he's gonna do lightning first. Does that mean I want to be on the lightning one? There isn't a lightning one. Okay. Now I got flame, so I'll go on ice. I'm still... What? Oh, there has to be someone in each spot. There has to be someone in each spot. So, one person per, like, square thing? So everyone needs to be on their own thing. I don't know how to start it. I guess maybe just the starting thing is everybody gets on their own thing. Everyone gets a different stack, and then they, like, rotate around. Yeah, that tank buster thing, I'll remember to do arm's length when he does it so I don't get hit to the thing. Hey, we got him under half. Go again. I'm no stranger to some tough raid mechanics. think I did the right thing there. I don't know. I just got away from everybody. Okay, so he's doing donut. Is one of them further away and one of them is not? No. One of them is further away. All right, the second one is an outer donut. Gotcha. That made sense. Okay, this is the... He's going to hit me back with this? What is this? What is this ability? Oh, it says most. It says most, doesn't it? It does say most. Yes, this doesn't count. Maybe I should try and stand in the middle of the arena and not on the end. He put faith in the knockback, and it was for naught. It might have been a little late. I'll have to try again in 80 seconds, if it happens. Okay, so we're now at Ice and Flame time. So do we all get on one? I'm going over here. We each have to be on our own square? So I now have fire. I gotta get onto an ice one. I gotta go over here. I now have an ice one. I need to be on a fire one. Oh, it's over there. No. Oh. Still died. There's one that has nothing. My spot? You mean like, okay, so the one is the boss? You want to pick our spot in front of the boss? Boss represents one. Pick your spot relevant to the boss. Which square around it? Quick, someone put a strategy board on the ground. Quick. Someone put this strategy board down. Healers east-west, tanks north-south, DPS in corners. So basically the tanks swap places. So the tanks swap places. So they go from north to south and rotate. The healers go from east to west and rotate. And then the DPS are like corners. Share that with me twice. Okay. First one, go to your spot, then move based on the element you receive. markers. So, so A and C is the north-south for tanks, D and B healers, and then 1, 2, 3, G, of course, naturally, in the corners. Oh, you're talking swap with your color partner. Okay. So, like... the color of the signs or the color of the element? Alright, well, shall we give it another go? And so I'm trying to talk because there's also people viewing, but I know that there's this delay on stream. Seems like you can't have multiple people on a square. Savage, bro. Yeah, I know about the attacks on the ground. So the 2 blades he does is his spinning arena move, and then the donut move is he does inside first and then outside after, unless it changes based on, I guess, whichever weapon he throws down. So if the bowl goes down first, it'll be outside. If it goes down second, just gotta, makes sense. What's the countdown? I've never done a countdown before. Where is it in the thing? DD5? Okay. But usually I just bounce in the air, but yeah. So bounce in the air just makes the most sense. You go, whoa, he's bouncing. Okay. I will now do that. Start doing countdowns now. It is actually really funny to see how much the game can change at a moment like this, you know what I mean? That was not the yellow tape tank attack. So I've already messed that up. It is funny that how much the game changes when this comes into play, because you have to actually start looking at a lot more abilities, movements, items, like even just like placements of things, and I like the use of objective markers and shit as well. Very cool to think about. Okay, so we're doing whirlwind chains, so we want to go over here. And then over this side. Oh no, I don't have my... Ah, he's gonna knock me back. He's gonna knock me back. He's gonna knock me back. Alright, I survived. I just have to stand... Yes. If I just stand in the middle, he can't hit me to the thing. Oh god, I wasn't looking because I was almost dead. Okay, it's gonna be on the inside. So easy to miss signals for an attack when you are dead. Okay, ice and flame time. I'm going north, so I'm here. Where I'm choosing to stand. I should be able to swap. Okay, so now I've got a cold spell. I swap here. I can go here. We can trade. And then lightning is... Oh, so... What? So if it's lightning, that one explodes. You don't want to be on the lightning square at all. So if you're on a square that has the lightning about to explode, you actually have to get off of it, right? Otherwise you die. So what happens then if you're on a square that's cracked? You have to go to another square that no one is on? Lightning just go middle? Okay, so there has to be someone inside, specifically fire and ice, and lightning go middle. Okay, so if you can see that the lightning thing is about to explode, just go to the middle. Alright? Also, good shout, Mobius. I didn't realize that you were invulnerable until you take an action, so... I'll do that in the future. Yeah, I could do Living Dead when the lightning comes down as a precaution, so I'll probably do that just in case. Yeah, it's always the opposite. Like, if you're really hot, you gotta get cooled down with ice. If you're really cold, you gotta heat yourself up with fire. So that's the same mechanic. Opposite buff. You can have multiple people at the same square. It just has to, so it's just the fact that there has to be every fire and ice square covered. Alright, well I'm ready. We have it this time, for sure. I feel it. We understand everything. Fire and ice must be covered on any square. Lightning go into the middle. Go to the opposite buff that you have. But during that section, I'll probably do Living Dead anyway. Arm's length has definitely been activated with enough time. It doesn't work, yeah. So arm's length is... Fuck me, bro. So arm's length does not deter that knockback. You just have to not be standing near the edge. Ice and flame time, so I'll go over to my spot. Okay, so now I'm cold. I want to go over here. Lightning's gonna crack, so I want to go in the middle. I go over to the fire. There's a fire square that isn't covered. There's... Oh, yeah, there was a fire square that wasn't covered. We're getting there. We're learning. People are understanding. I mean, the easy thing to keep in mind is, like, obviously, we all know the raids aren't meant to be easy. It's funny because obviously playing this type of game, you get used to being able to do most of the content first try with a couple of wipes on some of the more harder stuff. So it's kind of fun to be in the opposite situation. Okay, so Bowl was last, so he's gonna do inside first. Sorry, yeah, outside first is what I meant to say. We stand on the inside first. It's funny that arm's length doesn't do anything in the stream that I'm like, arm's length. Oh my god, Cast, I'm so sorry. I stood right behind. I need to not stand in front of a person. That's my bad. Yes, yeah, you gotta watch. If I got yellow tape on me, get far away from me. Sorry, I'll keep that one in mind. I'll try and remember, you know. Don't get your friends killed, they say. Okay, we're in our spots. We're in our nice little spots. Okay, I got fire. Oh, but this my thing is lightning. Do I go into the middle? It's all lightning. There's all lightning everywhere. And now I go back here for ice. There's a fire thing in the corner here that no one's at. It was okay. It was okay. It was okay. Oh my god, watch out. Highwind. He's got the tape. Guys, we survived fire and ice moment. We survived fire and ice moment. We're goated. I'm pretty sure that there was a fire square that was not covered. I thought we were gonna die. Okay. Ether flare. All right, he's doing red. They get on the green, blue, whatever. However. Oh my god, he's gonna do multiple things. I'm not ready for this, man. Damn. Okay, he just decided to nuke Highwind. Just straight up nuked him. So he's going to do that, and then also the spinning moves. So he's going to do one far away and then one close. Okay. I see your game, boy.
Shackles of time.
I don't know what that means. I'm shackled of timed. I'm going to get hit with something. Hey, I got purple chains on me. Help! Okay, I don't have purple chains anymore. I'm good. This limit break takes so long to build. Alright, what you got next? Fourfold shackles. Shackles of loneliness. Okay, now I have one. Oh. We have to get close to people or no? I don't know how the chain works. We have to get... Wow. Wow. Okay, so... There's a chain of loneliness, and then is there a chain of something else? Is there one where you have to get far away and one where you have to get close together? The chains? The tank push is a tank swap, by the way. Got a shirk or the other one's... So when I get pushed back, I have to target Highwind and shirk, or Highwind has to provoke. After I get targeted, you will provoke. And then I guess to be safe, I can shirk as well. Just to make sure that it passes on to you. Okay. They send an AoE to the closest people. You have to alternate them big, small, big. Okay, so now that we understand the positioning for fire and ice to an extent, we will change those. So now big chains go outer, small chains go inner. Oh god, I'm sorry, I started the thing. That's my bad. I was walking to the cube. I'm having a total lack of spatial awareness there, sorry. That's my bad. hey, as they say, people act better and under pressure. So if I just throw you in and I say, oh, quick guys, we're starting. And now the adrenaline rush will make everybody perform better. Okay, so big chains outside like this, small chains inside. Now that we know how the chain thing works, which is kind of funny because I was like, oh yeah, we'll just get away with the thing. We'll get away with the chains. Pole is inside, right? Or am I crazy? Yep, I'm crazy. All good. Okay, so I'm gonna survive this thing, and then I'm gonna quickly, and then I'm gonna shirk. I win. Look at that, gamins. We gamed. We did it. How about that? That's fun. The shirk thing that I never do. That's another thing that I think I like this stuff for, is you've got like mechanics that you never usually touch. Okay, ice and flame. Everybody remember your directional positions. Remember where you go. Okay, I've got fire. Oh, it's all lightning, so everyone gets in the middle. Everyone gets in the middle because it's all except for one fire. Okay. Now I go back out here for ice. I'm scared. Yeah. It was, I don't think everyone was on a thing. Something I'm learning today about doing a Savage raid on a live stream is that I don't think people are super interested. Everyone's saying, oh, they keep dying. The viewers are dropping rapidly. Quick, I need to do something controversial. I need to get naked. I gotta keep it interesting. I'm having a great fun. Like, this is cool to like tack on to the end of the raid series to like just have a play around with Savage. This is really cool. We just need to get to that part again with the chains. If I can pull the boss with a ranged, it's better to center it. So if I have enmity and he's for some reason not in the center, I'll just try and do unmend to try and get him to move over to me. We'll give it a few more goes. Obviously it's late for some people as well, so I assume some of the gamers in here are a little tired. It's almost 1 PM for me, which is fine, but we're all good. Oh, the first pull? Like right now? Okay. Gotcha. Alright, well, let's give it a go. Let's give it another go, and then we'll probably just have fun after this doing unsynced. But I wanted to get a taste for it. Small chains in the middle? Small chains in the middle? I think that was small chains going outside. And it should be in the middle, right? And then big chains outside. Okay, here we go. Here we go. I died. I shirked. Did I fuck up? I guess so. Ice and flame. Okay, lightning. I'm going in here. Now ice, I'm going over here. Oh. And our healers are dead though. So I successfully provoked. Do one more try. One more maximum effort try. I'm sure that ping, obviously, plays quite a part in specific details like this. Alright, small chains in the middle, right? Small chains in the middle. giant one over there that's... Cat, we fucking did it. Everyone lived at the end of that. Everyone lived. Oh no, that's me needing to provoke. Oh, Callan. Oh no. Didn't see the yellow tape. Saw that attack too late. We survived it though. I could not see the yellow tape. Okay, so let me look at this. He's gonna do outside first. And then inside. Oh no, because he does this. Oh, it's the spin move. That's super tricky, for fuck's sake. One is the donut, and then the other is that type of blade where he does that thing. So that attack on the white, so I'll go here, and then he's going to do the spin move on the inside. I'm goated. We still have to get to the chain part. We still got to get to the chain part. So just to confirm, it's the small chains on the inside, right? And then the big chains on the outside. Did I understand that right? Small chains on the inside. Small chains on the outside? Bro. Oh no. Oh god. Oh no. Yeah. Two tanks with the last 11%. Whee! That was close. So what's the deal with the chains, right? Because I thought it was if you have small chains, we position ourselves in the center, and then if you have the big chains, you go outside. I'm just waiting for the confirmation on if that is correct. Like, if you've got a small circle chain around you, you're in the middle. If you've got the larger chain, you go on the outside. Like, if you have blue chains attached to you, you go into the middle. If you have red chains attached to you, you go outside. Okay. And then what about the person that has, like, the explosive chain thing, like, around them? You just run away as far as possible? Okay. Ethereal Shackles places red shackles of loneliness or purple debuff on 2 random players. The red shackles debuff will target the 3 players standing farthest away and hits each with a fairly large AoE, while the purple shackles targets the 3 closest players and hits each with a smaller AoE. A player getting hit by both will take massive damage. The player with the red debuff should stand in a corner away from the boss, while the player with the purple debuff should stand right beside the boss in a diagonal direction, with all other players standing in each other corner and cardinal direction around the boss. Shortly after placing the debuffs, but before the attack goes off, Eric Thonos casts Water's Wrath, which should be healed before players spread to their appropriate positions. So that's Eric Thonios' chains. So if you have the red buff, you go outside to a corner, and everyone else attached to that goes to the corners. And then if you got the blue one, you're chilling on the inside. And then if you have a different, if it switches, or if you have a different one, you just have to move to a different position, inside or out. But it says that shortly after placing the debuffs, but before the attack goes off, there will be a Water's Wrath attack, which should be healed before players spread to their position. So I guess we have more health. So it says there's Fourfold Shackle is the second phase version. It goes off 4 times in a row. Each player will be randomly assigned red or purple with a 3, 18, 13, and 18 second timer on each, and must quickly get to corners and directions around the boss. Recommended to pre-assign each location with a debuff timer value. This is a small window for everyone to get into position. Once the debuff expires, just like with Shackles, each red debuff player will target 3 furthest players, purple targets 3 closest. So you just have to, when you get hit with the chains, you have to look at your debuff and see how many seconds you've got. And if you got 3 seconds, better be fucking quick about it, I guess. What the fuck? Alright, well, I feel like I understand. Some chains outside, some chains inside. Alright, one more go. One more go. Phase 1 is the good practice for the shackles, anyway. So I have red, so outside. I'm nowhere close to Calon there, but do you see how I get killed by the full explosion? I'm all the way over here. What's up with that? So we give Highwind the second attack. I'm all the way over here. And the explosion killed me. That doesn't feel right, does it? Okay, ice and flame time. So lightning. Nice. Yeah. Yeah. Hey man, savage. It lives up to its name. I had fun. I learned things. That doesn't count. You're gonna have to ask Raffi. Raffi said that was his last one. You have to ask Raffi. Do we know what went wrong in that encounter or no? I think there was a red chains issue. And then fire and ice issue. We'll see if we get it today. Okay, red chains on the outside. I think there's multiple people that are close to each other. They just end up taking like double stack of the damage. Let's see if I can avoid this explosion. Ready? Whatever the fuck happens here. There was no explosion that time. I don't know what happened. Fire and ice. Fire and ice time. think he's gonna do the lightning explosion. Yeah. Okay, so lightning explosion. We live. Okay, my turn to get pink stacked. Oh, I'm trying to get a... No! Dude, I like trying to get... Callan went right across me. Okay, we're doing fire. So you're gonna hit me this one. Okay, here we go. Provoke. Fire on the inside, and then he'll spin. We're crushing it. We are fucking crushing it. Now it's just chain time. It is now surviving chain time. Okay, here come chains. So be prepared to spread out or get huddled in. Red outside. Red outside. He's gonna cast again. Alright. I have blue get inside. Oh, it'll be faster. Okay, now I have red outside. Red outside. Dude. Yeah. Keep hitting him. Keep hitting him. Oh, not fire and ice. Not fire and ice. Yeah. That was very close. That was very close. I'll say, that counts. We did it. It counts. We finished it. We made it through all the mechanics. Someone die on purpose right before chains. Hey, no worries, Rafi. Thanks so much for holding out for as long as you did and for joining. Hey, we did well. I say we did well. I say we did well. We made it to 4% health. It was fun to learn. Hey, if it's 5 a.m., it's 5 a.m. That's not good brain hours. But yeah, I liked at least learning the mechanics, and we managed to survive most of them. Just like that chain thing is the hang up. It's a fun time. No worries, gamers. Yeah, with more time for sure. Yeah, that'll be the stream then. We'll call it there. I mean, 6 hours is 6 hours. That's been the length of the 14 raids, 14 streams recently. Anyway, so that works out in a decent level of time. We did the second part of the raid for Pandæmonium. I'll be very excited to see how that continues into the third part in a few streams time, because we'll be doing 6.3 next, then 6.3 Alliance, 6.4, 6.4 Pandæmonium. Shall we watch the 6.2 trailer now? I remembered. Let's watch the 6.2 trailer. Yeah, we made some good progress. I like that a lot. All right, 6.2 trailer for Buried Memoir. Let's take a look. Let me mute that for a sec. All right, I'll pull up the trailer and we'll take a look. Let's watch. Not often we sit and we watch a Final Fantasy trailer for 14. 3 minutes.
There was once light here, and it shone its warmth upon creation. The lands were green and the seas were blue. Life flourished. This is where I belong. My home. This endless darkness you call the void.
That's crazy to just be teasing, man. Like, you're like, oh! Oh my god, the pixelated nature of it to say, look, it's some classic Final Fantasy stuff.
It's another death they want. I say we give it to them.
That is mine!
Is that like deep dungeon stuff or something? What the fuck? What the hell is that?
I, the crystal, which showed the way to Meteon.
What's that? Oh no! Oh my.
Hiding's gift.
Dude, it has Mandeville content in there. Oh my god. Mandeville on the moon. Mandeville on the moon.
I am here. Finally here. And I will find you, sister.
You're not the only ones who can ride the wind.
Oh my god.
Then go
Kate Sith.
and impress upon these interlopers the futility of defiance.
Tree.
I shall see my wish fulfilled.
That's cool that it is giving them all artwork. That's awesome. Oh my god, I could have got the I could have got the wallpaper for the thumbnail from this trailer. That would have been perfect. It was in the trailer. There we go. There's benefits to watching the trailer first. I would have been able to use this image, and there it is, perfect. Bang. That's so funny. I could have done this instead. That was a sick trailer. There's shit in there that obviously encompasses like the full patch. So there's stuff that I haven't seen or I'm not really familiar with. Also, do my eyes deceive me? Do my eyes deceiveth me? My eyes deceiveth me? What am I looking at with that? That 6.2 trailer is pretty cool, man. That Allied Society stuff. I just find it funny when there's like, you see a lot of different content because there's just so much this game has to offer, and I've so much that I haven't touched. Variant dungeons. Curious. Alright, well, that's it for me today. We achieved some incredible raids. I got coolest armor ever. I got my giant circle. We can look at variant dungeons in the future, as well as other content that we can do together. For sure. So that's a lot of fun. I appreciate each and every one of you for joining, hanging out like late, especially those that are staying up quite late. That's why I try and do some of the streams, and if I can help it, you know, the raid or the group activity content still on the weekend for some people, but I understand it's always a bit of a tough thing with time zones doing a long stream. But thanks so much everybody for tuning in and hanging out. Next time we continue the story with patch 6.3. So we'll check back in with the group. I love that we're just like rotating through all of the different groups right now in regards to raid, alliance, and patch story. It's a good time. So I will see you guys in a few days' time. For 6.3. Very excited. Get some rest. Look after yourselves. Until next time. I will see you then.